Yes, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, Dadwin What's up? What's up? Hello. Haven't been around for a little while. Dadwin what's going on? Dadwin wani salam al-Daman, Mother Somaliyat. And Fadlan, the Montekore, so please share, like, subscribe, all the good stuff. No diva. Hit us up. Yes, it's the Sizzling Saturday night stream. How is everyone? Haven't been here for a little while. Let me just get my little bit. Let me just get my little. See if everything's all right. Yes, Iwarama, how is everyone? How is everything? And if this is your first time, please, welcome. This is Somali Speakers. This is a platform where we speak about Somali issues around the world. And today is open mic. Open mic means every topic on the table. Nothing is up. Assalamu alaikum, my family right there. Let's get back to tradition. Donnie's in the building. Uncle Salam, please. Again, everyone help smash it. Share the like button, subscribe the like button. You know how it is, all the good stuff. So how are we on this Saturday evening? How is everyone? Yeah, man, the last stream was kind of good, you know. Last stream I was watching, I was trying to cut up and I saw a couple of I saw it, man. I like to big up the brother KS straight up and down. He took on the whole panel by himself. You get me? So if you ain't had the time to watch the last stream, please watch the last stream. So today, I thought to myself, let's get back to our old ways, how we used to do Somali speakers. And there was a video I saw a couple of weeks ago that I wanted to play out for a long while. And I was just, I thought to myself, should I just wait for it? Might as well wait for a good day to play this video for all the people them. And since I'm going to garden, I thought, why not? Seeing this Saturday, didn't really have a program. Yeah, how was that? How did you like it, brother? Hope you liked it. It was good. Yeah, the first half was crazy. That first half of that stream was a bit crazy, but hopefully we don't have antics like that again. Hopefully, we don't need antics like that again, and we're gonna try to keep that type of bullshit away from Somali speakers. First and last time, I didn't even like it myself. That's why I took it down in private. So I'm probably gonna edit half of it and come back to the other half still. Yeah. I'm still trying to look into it. So yeah, hopefully if anyone's got more insight, we could, break that down the topic one day, inshallah. Get where I'm coming from. We could try to. You say, I think. Do you want to come on? Press the link in it. Express why you got it. You know them ones. There's no point of always just typing. Why do you think that? I don't know. Why don't you come educate us? Salam, bro. Brother Usman, how you doing? I still haven't uploaded it. Give me till Monday. I'm going to upload it. I'll hopefully come down tomorrow. We'll see each other tomorrow. I haven't uploaded the video. I've been a bit busy this week. I haven't had a chance to upload it. Yeah. I want to get back to this point. Why? Why do you feel like we are not really? We've got a lot of problems with Sufism. I would love for you to come on the panel. Like I said, the panel is open. The link is in the chat. If y'all don't know where the link is always there. You can press it straight away to have your say. Yeah, thank you, brother Usman. By Monday, I promise you that video is going to be up on Monday, up and running on Monday. You don't worry about that. So again, if this is your first time hearing it, smash up the subscribe button, smash up the like button. But I want to know what this brother. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you a Sufi? This is what I'm trying to say. Are you one? You get me? I've seen the name of your the name that you come up with, but why do you think that is problem? Why do you think a lot of my brothers do have that find that problematic? That's the thing. Why? Anything the Somali community does find that problematic. I would love to hear that, but just chime in your thoughts. Let us know. Let us know. Mhm. Anywho, yeah, like I said, I got a little video that I wanted to play. I wanted to see this. I saw this come up on one of my feeds one day. I was looking for something, and it came up on a phone. And this whole conversation, I'm not gonna lie to you, is popping. I've like I said, me and a couple of the lads from Somali Speakers WhatsApp group who joined the. I don't know, it's kind of crazy, problematic, but we've joined a couple of groups out there on other platforms. So yeah, this conversation has been heated. Someone sent it to me, we watched it as well, but I wanted to get into it. So yeah, it's interesting, man. I would like, I'd like to hear different sides to this opinion for the next video that I wanted to play anyway. So yeah, let's get into it. Sorry. And let's go.
Alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. My name is Shamsa. I hope you guys are all doing amazing. I am really new to the whole YouTube scene, so you guys are gonna have to bear with me and be kind. I cannot stress that enough. Please be kind. Um, I am here today to share with you an experience that I've had when I was 18, just about to turn 18 actually. So I was 17 turning 18. This experience took place in Somalia, but it started in the UK. I was living in the UK since I was 7 years old. And when I was 17, I started to have, rebellious traits and acted out a little bit, like every teenager does. And me and my mom came to a conclusion for me to go to Somalia, and that's exactly what we did. December 2010, we went to Dubai and we spent 2 weeks there, and doing all girly stuff and shopping. And my mom bought me this beautiful camera to keep whilst I was there, to take pictures and stuff for memory. So we left Dubai, we went to Somalia, and when we got there, my mom stayed with me for about 4 days, and she returned to the UK, and I stayed in Jigjigo, and my auntie Shamsa came to pick me up and take me to another town called Buluburte. And this was a really long car journey. Like when I tell you, it's like 3-4 days. Um, and each stop was, we visited someone in the area, whether it was a family member or a friend. So it was really nice. Finally, we got to Buluburte. We pass Baladweyne and we get to Buluburte. And the first few days were really nice. And then about 3 days on, I was told that there was something called Tashir that was about to happen. And I'm like, what's Tashir? And they explained that it was something that Al Shabaab performed. And it was kind of, if someone was convicted of a crime or they were found guilty, they would punish the person publicly. So in this case, it was a male who stole something, and apparently he had 3 warnings, and this was his third warning, and he was having his hand chopped off. I was like, no, they're not going to do that to their own people. This is no, like I used to see this on TV, and it used to always be on the media about Al-Shabaab this, Al-Shabaab this, Al-Shabaab that. So I didn't believe it. Boy, was I wrong. And although my auntie tried really hard to convince me to stay, I thought, no, I have to go. I want to see this for myself. And that's exactly what I did. My cousin Mona came with me. And when we got there, everyone was terrified. They all had fear in their eyes. And I was in the middle of the female side, and because there was a male side and there was a female side, so I was stood in the middle. But the women were so scared that they would push back, so the line would just go back, and I ended up at the front. So the man who was being punished was only a few feet away from me. So they brought him out, and before they brought the guy out, they started chanting Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, but I refused. I was like, that's Ilahi's name. I'm not about to, disrespect it in that way, especially when I don't agree with what's being done, because I don't know the reason why he did what he did. He could have had a valid reason, but these people don't care, okay? They don't care. They are there to punish. They are there to kill. They are there to destroy and create fear in people. That's it. That's what they're there for. So I refused. My cousin's like, you need to say it, because if the female soldiers see you, then they're going to whip you on the spot. So I just, started like moving my mouth. But I was not about to say Allahu Akbar, because that's Ilahi, and I do everything out of love, so it's not me. So they brought the guy out with a black bag over his head. They nailed him down on the floor. They stretched out his hands. So it took two men. One was holding the hand and the other was holding the arm. And they were pulling that apart. And another one came, took a machete, and literally it took like 2-3 cuts, and they completely severed the hand. I was stood there in complete amazement, like in shock that they just did this. And then they take the hand, that the severed hand, and they take it by the index finger, and they hand it over to the male soldiers. They take it around, hand it over to the female soldiers. This woman waved it right past my face. The severed hand with the bits coming right past my face. I could not eat for 3 to 4 days. All I could see was that hand, in front of me. I felt physically sick. And I was thinking, what the hell am I doing here? Like, I chose the absolute worst time to come to Somalia. 2011 rolled by, and I still was having some experiences with Al Shabaab. I was in Bulupurte. I also got a chance to go to where I grew up, my hometown, Mokokuri, which was absolutely amazing. And I got to meet my grandma and my cousins, and get to go to my sister's grave, which was really nice. But whilst going to Mokokuri, this little village that I'm from in Somalia, when I was getting on the bus, my auntie said to me, "Oh, there's a soldier on the bus." So I'm like, oh my God, like, I don't know any of these people. My auntie wasn't going to come with me. I was going by myself. So I was already terrified. And then she told me that there was a soldier. And he comes and he introduces himself. And he's like, oh, give it, like, I don't know, even know, like, word travels really fast. Okay. So he's like, oh, give it time. Is this Hebel's daughter? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, oh, I was raised with your family. Me and your uncle ate from the same plate. You guys have, you're from an amazing family. And I'm like, oh, thank you. And he's like, if you need anything, just let me know. We go off. We're on this journey. The first break that we took, this man came from nowhere, out of nowhere. Yeah. Comes and stands. I was sat on the passenger side, and he comes and stands right next to my door, and he's like, knock, knock. And I'm there, just using my phone, trying to distract myself from everything. And he knocks on the window. So I roll down the window, and I'm like, Maharta, what do you want? And he didn't even say anything. He just looked down. I'm like an idiot. I look down, and what did I see? The guy's peeing right next to my car window. The car that was like right next to passenger side.
Alhamdulillah.
I was fuming. Oh my God, I was so angry. I started to lash out. I started to scream at him. And this guy overhears and he comes over and he's like, "Oh, is everything okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, no, actually, it's not okay because this guy exposed himself to me and I don't appreciate that." And the guy turned around and he's like, "Who told you to look?" I'm like, "Who the hell told you to come and pee right next to me? Can you not go and pee on a tree? Like, it's not that hard. We're in a forest. We're in the middle of nowhere. Like, go find a bush, go find a tree, go pee there. Like, why the hell are you peeing here?" So the guy turns around and he's like, "Oh, if you even look her way again, then me and you are gonna have a problem." So the guy backs off, goes back to the back of the bus, and this guy says to me, like, "For your protection, because they, you know, that you're new and they can tell, um, I'll help you." So I was like, "Okay." So he's like, "Let me sit. Do you mind if I sit at front?" And it could only fit three people, and it was me and the driver. So I said, "Okay, cool." And I thought this gave me the opportunity to ask as many questions as I possibly could. So I'm like, "Do you guys kidnap women? Do you guys behead people? Do you guys do this? Do you guys kill, you know, gay people?" And they're like, he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay, hey, okay." By the way, I am Muslim and I don't condone that shit. I don't condone killing of no type, period. All right. So anyway, I returned from Mukukuri, and 2 days later, my uncle turns up in Buluburte from my mom's side. And this was, I thought, was a really nice surprise. He came and he's like, "I want to, for us to go back to Markov." Anyway, I came to Markov. I was welcomed. I was treated with respect. I was loved. I felt loved anyway. And then I started to notice a change in my uncle. I started to notice a change in the family dynamics. I started to notice a lot of change. And then one day, my uncle comes up to me and he's like, "Shamsa, I want to speak to you." So I was like, "Okay." And from the beginning, I knew something was off. So he said to me, "I want you to meet someone. His name is Hassan. He's really nice." And I just said, "No, I didn't come here to get married. I didn't come here to seek a relationship or love." I said, "No, I'm not with any of that." So I was kind of hoping he would drop it. He didn't. He kept asking and asking, and then the asking kept becoming more intense and more intense. And then one day I was in the shower and I get a massive knock on the door, like, "Soba, get out, come out of the shower now." So I'm like, "What the hell is going on?" I go out, I have a quick shower, I go out, and here is my uncle sat with another guy and a massive plate of food that I did not see since the first week I came, right? So he was like, "Oh, Carl is so funny. So come sit down. I want you to meet Hassan." I said, "The guy that you mentioned a few days ago." Like, could you not have told me that he was coming? And he's like, "No, Farid, so let me like sit down. Let me introduce you to him." I was like, "All right, cool." He throws a bombshell my way, yeah? Just throws fire. Yeah? He's like, "This is your cousin." So I was like, "Huh?" "So this is who you wanted me to get married to, and this is my cousin." Well, okay. My first cousin, yeah? This is Habretadashe, my mom's sister's son, right? So I said, "I'm not about to have disabled babies. I am an educated woman. I am okay. Thank you." I said, right in front of him. I said, "I don't want it. I ain't interested." And then, oh my God, when I thought things couldn't get any worse, they turned around and threw another bombshell my way. And they said, my uncle said, "Oh, he's 16. I just turned 18 like 2, 3 months before, yeah? He's 16." I said, the guy's 2 years younger than me. I said, how the hell is that possible? Not only is he my cousin, but he's also a 16-year-old. I said, there is no way in hell. There is no way in hell I'm getting married. Yeah, I need to get to. No one listened to a word that came out of my mouth. Everything was the way that they wanted, the way that he wanted. So he tried very hard, tried to get me to go on little dates. Although Al Shabab was there, like I was terrified of everything. And one day he said, "Go for go get some ice cream." I said, "I don't want to get ice cream." Whilst on this journey to get an ice cream, my guy decides to, hold my hand. I said, "Ega fuck." I said, "Kid, no, are you crazy?" I said, "I'm not trying to die here." And the funny thing is, and I knew if I got caught or someone saw us holding hands and they knew we were married, and I found out, I would get done. I would get done. He wouldn't get done. I would get done. So I was like, "Nah, you're not touching me, leave me alone." So anyway, their plans went on. My uncle just it was stuck in his head that I'm going to get married with Arosa, that's it. That's it. He was not thinking anything else. He had a plan, he had a goal, and his ultimate thing was to reach that goal. I had no idea what it was. So one day I said to him, "Oh, Apti, I'm speaking to this guy. So can I at least, like, if you want me to get married that badly, I'll marry him." He's like, "No." He snatched the phone right out of my hand and started beating the shit out of me. I did not see my phone for a few weeks. And the manipulation got worse. The threats got worse. He told me that he will lock me up for being a Asi Walidin, and that's 3 months lockup. And I don't even get me started on the rumors of what they do to people. It's just horrendous. He told me that he'll put my photo in every single checkpoint from Makkah to Mogadishu, the capital. And there was no government in sight. There were executions every other day. I just said, no, I'm not going to any more executions. I'm not going to have any more experiences with Al-Shabaab. I kept myself to myself. But I couldn't run away from my own family, right? I'm going to have to leave that for part 2 because I don't want to make this video too long. So inshallah, if you want to know part 2, subscribe, hit that like button, and obviously the bell so you can get notified whenever a video is uploaded. And inshallah, I'll see you guys soon. Continue to have a blessed day. Bye.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum, panelist. Hello.
Assalamu warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam.
How are you guys? How are
You
you?
can hear me, right?
We can hear you, Mrs. H. We can hear you. And Tradition, talk to me.
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you speak up a little bit louder?
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome to the panel. First time.
Yeah, it is first time.
Welcome. So the gist of that story that we were just watching was about her experience in getting forced marriage to Al-Shabaab. Do you think these type of things happen? This is why I wanted to open up the discussion for the Sizzling Saturday stream. And there's part 2. If you guys want to watch part 2, go watch part 2.
Well, the question is first, is this kind of thing, is it a cultural norm? Or is it something that was brought from a different culture and a different way?
Mm-hmm. That's a
what
good
we gotta
question.
answer.
That's a good question. Yeah, brother, Mrs. H, what do you guys think? Hello? Hello?
Yes, I'm just a bit shocked, but let me just digest this a bit.
Why are you a bit shocked, if you don't mind me asking?
That's a raw experience to share, man.
I know. She got part 2 as well, but what do you think about part 1? Raw experiences. And these raw experiences.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. To be honest, we can't tell if it happened to her, it's really bad, and if it didn't happen to her, I don't know what she's playing at. But what I'm saying is, it's a raw experience to share. Yeah, well, I have to digest it first before I can comment on it, bruv.
Okay, what did you digest then? Talk to me if you digested anything.
No, we know these things happen, bro. You know what they did and all of this. You know, these Al Kabab people, they do everything.
Mm-hmm.
We know what they're capable of. They terrorize people, they're terrorists. My God, the number one terrorist, what terrorizing people.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? So it's not what I was expecting, I'll be honest.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit raw.
It's a bit too raw. It's a bit too
Not
raw
too
for
raw.
you.
We can handle everything, but it's raw. You know, it's raw. The way she spoke about it, and I'm surprised she's comfortable with it.
Maybe some of these people, because there's a lot of some of these sisters get a lot of stick for oversharing. Some people say oversharing, but do you think they're telling stories that need to be heard, or do you think this is all a gimmick, or what
No,
do you guys think when you?
I know. Experience is an experience, but sometimes, you know, you could tell by the person's the way they act when they're talking about the experience. I didn't see no emotions behind what she was saying, and but by the time I got to watching the TV video, I never saw emotions behind. I just heard the story, so I don't know if it's her own story or if she's selling the story herself. You don't know.
I think the sister says it's her own story. By the way, I'm gonna put her channel in the link, so share and subscribe to the sister's channel. I'll put
Then
it
it's
in
something she already dealt with. Then maybe it's something she accepted and dealt with, and now she's willing to share it. That may be the case as well. You never know. But
brother.
being honest,
Tradition. Let's talk about tradition. Revert to tradition.
what about
Would you?
tradition? Tradition is kind of good. What's wrong with tradition?
Now the brother, that's his name.
Oh,
The new panelist. Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
There's a new guy's panelist.
You know, yeah. I mean, in terms of that video, it just shows the power of no law and what it can do to people. You know, especially in a land ruled by the Khawarij.
السلام عليكم.
Alaikum assalam, brother Ahmed.
Alaikum.
Brother, when you revert to tradition, when you say the rule by Khawarij, what do you mean? Do you want to explain?
I'm talking about like she was there during when Al Shabaab were there, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so their form of ruling is not, you know, they say they rule by, you know, by the Sharia, but from her experiences, it shows that they don't really care about the Sharia, because one of the points of Sharia is to protect the honor of the people. And it seems that her honor was not protected
At that time.
Yeah. So if it is true, then they have failed in that regard.
True. But you asked a profound question earlier when you said these traditions, and someone said for you, I think this was for you. They brought these overseas. What do you think?
Well,
Did that
the
answer
thing
your
is-
question for you?
Well, we have to see, is this something that was done by them? I don't know. Someone needs to do research. I don't know. I don't really like to blame one culture over another, you know, to generalize a culture. But some things are from some groups of people. But the thing is, we don't really know for sure. What I do know is that personally, some things are from overseas. I don't know. Forced marriage, is that something that you've heard of before?
In the Somali traditions?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I don't think when our parents and all of that growing up. No.
Exactly. So I don't know. The thing is, forced marriage, I haven't heard of it, but things other than things like maybe bride kidnapping, I think that might have been prevalent in our tradition.
Yes.
You know, between nomads fighting each other, taking captives. I think that was, you know, that was a norm back in the day. But forced marriages, I'm not too sure.
Brother, you are Sufi, right?
I wouldn't call myself that, but I do have a lineage, yeah. Thing is, the reason why I came here was because the stream about Subur Ahmed, we were talking
Yeah.
about Barelvis and Sufis. A lot of the Somali guys there, they made some, let's say, quite ignorant statements
Uh-huh.
um, pertaining to things like shirk or who is a mushrik, who is not a mushrik. And it's interesting because when someone asks them what do you think of Somali Sufis, they were like, oh, they're not a problem. But if you see what they do, and if you see what some Barelvis do, I'm talking about the outward appearance, then they'll probably say they're both mushrik.
Uh-huh.
So it's double standards because one is Somali and the other is not Somali.
Okay. Do you know if you can explain what the Breivik are to us? For the brothers and sisters and the viewers that don't know.
Explain what to you, sorry?
The Breivik movement and the Sufi
Oh,
movement. Do you want to explain it? Because we didn't.
okay.
Because
Yeah,
that day I
yeah,
was
yeah.
lost.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Thing is, like, look, Barelvi and Diobandi have really got nothing to do with Somalis. So I don't know. Personally, I don't think Somalis should bring this up because it's got nothing to do with Somalis. It's got nothing to do with the Somali diaspora. It's got nothing to do with Somali culture and Somali Islamic culture. So it's something that we shouldn't be bringing up. But I have looked it up myself. I do know people from that sect or from that group. I wouldn't call it a sect. It's a group within Ahl Sunnah. So Barelvis and Deobandis are two competing Islamic um, groups within Ahl Sunnah. And the differences that they have are more to do with outward appearances rather than theology. I mean, there is a few theological differences, but they're not really major theological differences. And I think the differences that are the differences aren't as great as people make it seem. And those are pushing it are mostly fanatics from both sides, but they are both from Ahlus Sunnah. They are both, I don't know if you know, they are both Hanafi in Madhab. And as such, it's it's something that it's more of an intellectual difference
Yes.
than anything else.
Okay,
So
I hear.
these two groups started in the 19th century, like early 19th century, as I think someone mentioned it. I think Sabura mentioned it as opposed to British colonialism, which was trying to infiltrate into Islamic society in the Indian subcontinent. Now, Barelvism is based on a city or town called Bareilly, which is where the ulama from that city came from. And Deobandis are from the city or town called Deoband. That's why they're called Deobandis and Barelvis. Yeah,
Thank you for clarifying that.
yeah.
Halimo, I'd like to welcome Halimo. How are you? Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. How's everyone doing?
How are you doing, Halimo?
I'm good, thank you very much.
Good, good. I just wanted to ask, what's your thoughts on the forced marriage video that we just watched? If you watched it, if you got a
I
chance to
can't lie,
watch it.
I really didn't get the gist of it. I feel like I need to watch part 2 and part 3 before I
We can watch part 2 if you guys want.
Yeah, well, on
before
a
I
part two,
comment.
no gay. Hano, part two,
Yeah.
one alo. It was interesting,
Yes.
wasn't
But it is an issue within the community though. That I can say.
How
I think it's
prevalent is it,
common.
Walala?
It's common, but I don't think it's as common as it used to be. It's definitely something that's happened. I know a few people in my life that have had forced marriages. But I don't think it's as relevant today as, like I said, as it was.
Brother Tradition asked, where did this come from? What do you think, Halima?
Pardon?
Where did this tradition come from?
I don't know if it was an element of control for some wayward people, or if it was to keep it within the family, it could be various reasons. But, I can't hone on one particular issue. I just think it's more about exerting control, you know, or misguided love. You know, sometimes they think it's better for them to do it this way than go down the route of other ways. So yeah, that's just my opinion on it. Yeah, I just think it's wrong altogether.
Okay, guys, we could watch part 2 if you guys want. That'd be easier. And then we could break it down. Definitely. Let's watch part.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, it's Cutting Edge.
Cutting Edge, how are you, Cutting Edge? Salam alaikum.
Yeah, alaikum salam. Long time.
Alhamdulillah, you are.
والله خير. ما أنت محي topic.
Topical was got open mic, man. So topical about the next tag a video yaran dawane, but don't into part 2 and ERCO. Part 2 band down to I had no kashake on. Is alright, Cutting Edge.
هو عادي.
Okay, me too and Yergeli, and then we're gonna watch it all together one time.
Right.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. I hope you guys are doing amazing as per usual. I wish you guys nothing but the best. We're going to continue from where I left off in part 1. My uncle, he carried on making his wedding plans, and I thought to myself, how could I get myself out of the situation? Like, I tried to speak to my mom, but every time I tried to talk to her, he would be there, so I couldn't really say anything. And my mom did ask me. She did say, do you want to get married? And I said, yeah, because I had no fucking choice. I had no choice. I was in a place where I could not say no. So I was trying to come up with really creative ways to dip out without anyone noticing. So I decided to contact my high school friends, and I explained the situation to them, and I said, I'm, in danger. I'm really scared. They're forcing me to get married to someone I don't want. I can't really speak to my mom because obviously every time I try, he's there. So I can't really explain the situation to her. So they decided to put money together and send it over. And I decided to sell the camera that my mom bought me from Dubai and put the money together. I went to a travel agent and I said to him, listen, I need to get off. I need to leave now. I know there's an embassy in Hargeisa. I need to get there. He looked at me and he's like, you're Hawiya. I'm like, correct? And I said, yeah, I'm Hawiya. I'm the Hawiya tribe. Why? He goes, if you're from the Hawiya tribe and you go to Somaliland, you'll be locked up and you'll be beaten because they don't like you guys very much. So I thought, okay, if I stay in the place I am in, I am totally and utterly screwed. If I try to leave, there's a possibility of me getting locked up. The definition of trapped, okay? Like I said, the wedding plans went on, and one day I was at my mom's best friend's house, and this is like a few weeks after I tried to make my first escape. And I was at my mom's best friend's house, and I get a phone call from my dad, and he's like, oh, assalamu alaikum, congratulations, mabruk, walgo arose nagla qabataha, you're a married woman now. I said, what do you mean? He goes, you're a married woman now. Your uncle told me he said that you wanted to get married, and I gave you up. And then he says, what's his name? Where is he from? Who are his family? What tribe is he from? And I said to my dad, so you don't know the last name or first name of the man you just married me off to? Or the family? He said, no. I hanged up the phone. Wallahi, I was speechless because this whole time I had it in my mind that at least if I got a chance to speak to the sheikh, and if he asks me, you know, meher, what do you want for your meher, and do you want to marry this man, I could have said no. And then that way they can't force me to marry someone that I just said no to, like in front of a sheikh, right? Ooh, I wasn't even given that chance. I was married off. To me, like I was of no value, to be honest, because it was like reality hit the moment he said, like, what's his name? What's his last name? I think reality really set in for me that that's it. I'm helpless in this situation. So things really started moving really quick from then. I got dressed up. Well, they would say dolled up. They did not doll me up. I look like a ghost. They put me in this green dress with these really weird sequences on it and beads and shit. And they put the style, they did my style, like this curly style on my hair, but they put so many pins in, like it was really hard to even keep my fucking head up. They put me in the back of a car and they took me around the town and, you know, sound their horn, them doing their little celebration. I was not celebrating. I was absolutely terrified. Everything was a daze. Everything was a daze from since the phone call. Everything was a daze. I thought, okay, I didn't even know the day I was getting married. No one told me this day, that day, this time. No. Okay. So they bring me back to the house and they put all these lovely things, dresses and gowns and scarves and things like this as gifts. But then I later found out that those gifts that my mom sent to buy me things wasn't actually used to buy me those gifts. He basically pocketed the money and then put the debt of all the clothes, everything that was in front of me, he put my name as Shamsa pays that debt. So anyway, they put me in a room, and prior to putting me in this room, I was taken to a woman that performs FGMs to check whether I was a virgin or not. And I was. And the lady turned around to my auntie and she's like, should we sew her up? I said, no, you ain't. Closed my legs together and bounced. It was just for me, for them to know that I was a virgin. I don't know why the hell that was so important, but they found out the truth. Back to the room. They put me in this room. Bear in mind, I'm a virgin. And this guy comes in 20 minutes later wearing a ma'awis. And a ma'awis is this really thin material they put around their waist. And they go about their day. So he comes in wearing his ma'awis, dead center of the room, and drops it and just looks at me like, what's up? Yo, I couldn't even think straight. The first thing that came out of my mouth was, can you help me with these pins, please? My head hurts. So he comes and he's taking these pins out, and still I'm trying to find a way out. But there's no way out. You're stuck in that room for 7 days. Is a 7 days honeymoon period. Just in there for 7 days, unless you're going to have a shower or do, you know, to pray. Everything else, you're fed, you sleep, you think, you breathe that room. So I was thinking in my mind, trying to come up with ways to leave. When I realized that I was really trapped and the last few pins were coming out, I said to myself, I have two choices. And this is what my 18-year-old mind came up with, that I have two choices. Either I could get raped tonight, or I can try. Okay, I can at least try. So then tomorrow I can just tell him, you know, piss off, like leave me alone. You're not touching me. Thank you. No, been there, done that. I'm good. No, I tried. When I tell you I tried, I really tried, but I could not endure the pain. And for someone that's went through previous trauma when I was a child, it is not something that's, that was not easy. Okay, it was not easy at all. I was in so much pain. My body froze. And as much as I said, get off me, leave me alone, nothing happened. Nothing happened. Out of the 7 days, I was raped for 4. Because on the 4th day, I got so ill. he caused some sort of internal trauma, damage that caused me to literally to stop urinating completely. I could not. They wouldn't give me any money to go to the hospital. I had no money to go to the hospital. Shit costs money, okay? To even be checked, it costs money. So after the 7 days ended, my uncle decided to kick me out of my grandma's house. So I used the money that my best friends have sent me and the camera, and I rented a property, which became his property. But then the abuse also escalated from just sexual attacks to physical punching, kicking, and slapping. The first time it happened, I was in so much shock that I was just it came from nowhere. He told me to wash his clothes by hand. I said no because the washing powder tears my skin. And I was in too much agony to be bending down and washing clothes. So he pinned me to a wall and punched me. As soon as he got off me, I ran to my uncles and I was like, I can't do this anymore. They turned around and they said, you know, you should go back to your husband. He won't do it again. We'll speak to him. I said, no, I'm not going back. No way out. I'm done. So they said I could either choose to be cursed or to be blessed. They say this thing, fardam sa farhabar. I said, farhabar, please, please, right now. Say, Ken, because I chose the curse. It's not a blessing, it's a curse to go back in my mind. Anyway, I still had to go back. I had no choice. I was escorted back with my uncle. And when he opened the gates to my house, I took a rock and I hid it behind my back. And as soon as his whole entire body was exposed, I took the rock and I directed it at his chest and it hit him. And he's like, look, I'm not the violent one, it's her. I said, no, you are like, why don't you pick a day where I actually feel physically fit? Then, you know, then I might actually have a fair chance at fighting back. I was beaten, not pushed and shoved on a regular, but actual beaten. It was 4 times where it was really bad. The 4th time is when I said I had enough. And bear in mind, the rape didn't stop. I was married to him 4 to 6 months and it continued. The 4th time it happened, I said I had enough. I had enough. And I'll tell you how it happened because it's literally, it baffles me till this day. 4 of my cousins came to visit me that day to have breakfast with me. And I was on my period. I have internal damage. I was not being seen by any medical profession. So I had to literally keep everything inside. So because I was in so much agony, I decided to, you know, try sleep in. No, you're a wife, get the fuck up. Like, being, the time was crazy, like 5:30 in the morning. He said, get up, go to, you know, Kawanka at Kodari Hilibno Sokat. Go to the meat shop, get meat and some vegetables and start cooking. You know, I was like, you know what, I don't even want to argue today and I don't want to be beaten because I don't have the energy. Went to the shop, got my shit. Came back and I forgot stock cube. Boy, I came back and when I realized, I told one of my cousins to go quickly to the shop and get it. And I thought, whilst he's gone, let me, you know, lay down a little bit. Went to lay down. I drifted off to sleep. I woke up to someone's full weight. And I didn't know who at the time, but when I woke up, I saw it was Hassan. And he was on top of me and he just kept punching. All I could feel was literally the force of his fist, like boom, boom, boom. And he was working his way down my body, my face down to my chest area until he eventually got off me. And he made sure to hide everything. The knives, the rolling pins, the Dixie, everything that I could use to harm him, he hid it because he knew that shit was coming. So after that incident happened, I barricaded myself in the house, in my room, because we lived with other people. And then I had to get myself out in order to contact my mom. And I asked the neighbors if I could use the phone. Called my mom and I said, I can't do this anymore. I have held my tongue. I have dealt with everything that I could deal with. I cannot deal with this anymore. She's like, what the hell is going on? I said they've turned you against me. They've made you send money to him, so just to control me. Yeah. And I couldn't say anything because I knew you wouldn't believe me over your brother. So she's like, what is going on? Tell me. So I said, he hit me. He hits me. This is the 4th time he's beaten me really bad, where I am bruised up and I can't physically do anything. She got so mad. And the reason why I didn't tell my mom to begin with is because she had a lot of health conditions, like high blood pressure and diabetes. And I did not want to cause her to have, her blood pressure to go up or her sugar levels to go up or down. I didn't want that. Okay. So I kept everything to myself. And that day I decided to tell her about the beatings, but not the rape. I kept that to myself because I wanted to tell her face to face, which I never got the chance to, but you will know why. So she contacts the family and she sees that there's really, quite a lot of contradicting stories. So she says to me, you know what, we need to come up with a plan. We need to come up with a plan, but you need to sweeten this guy up and make it out like you guys are good. And because, you're not feeling well, because I told her I'm not feeling well, obviously didn't tell her why. But she said, because you're not feeling well, go to the hospital. I know, I had a friend there, and just say, if they come looking for me, I'm going to tell them that I went to the hospital. So if they come looking for me, just say, she just left. Just make it out she just left. But don't go to the fucking hospital. Get on a bus and leave. And she already spoke to my auntie, my 2 aunties that were in Mogadishu, waiting for me on the other side. And that's exactly what I did. I sweetened him up. I acted like, the doting wife, and I wanted to sort everything out. I got on a bus the next morning, told him I was going to the hospital. He allowed me. Went and instead of going to the hospital, I got on a bus wearing a niqab, a hijab, my gloves, and I was trembling. I was so afraid that my uncle, like what he said was going to come true. Like I was going to end up in prison for disobeying them and for trying to run away. So I was really scared. I didn't know what to do, but I thought, this is my chance. At least my mom knows I can leave. I was on the bus and one of my uncles walks right past the window. And I swear to God, I think I pissed myself a little bit because, boy, I thought I was going to die. Wallah, I thought I was going to die. And I started praying. I prayed, Ilahi Rabbi Rahman, please get me out of here. Oh Allah, please get me out of here. The bus moved. And I was so afraid of the checkpoints, but checkpoint after checkpoint after checkpoint, there was nothing. But then when I got there, things didn't get any easier. Do you know what I mean? Things really did not get any easier. I discovered that my mother was really unwell whilst everything was happening to me in Somalia. My mother was diagnosed with an aggressive brain tumor. And I arrived in the UK the 1st of February 2012. My mother died of cancer the 7th. So I was there exactly a week before she passed away. 11 years on, I still get blamed for my mother's death because I opened my mouth and told her about abuse that was being done to me, and I was supposed to keep that shit a secret. I couldn't do it anymore, so I told her. And sometimes I feel like I'm being punished for that, but I want Somali girls all around the world to know that you are supported, that you are loved, that things like this cannot be overlooked. Okay? And just because I cannot get justice for what happened to me does not mean that you guys cannot. Okay? Somali women are capable of anything. They need to be treated like the queens that they are, period. Okay? Until next time, thank you for the love and support.
Boy, oh boy, where do we start? What is going on, people? Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi. To all the people that's just arrived. I know that's a bit of a hard story, but what do you guys think of it? What do you guys think? Does anyone want to go first? Hello? You guys still there?
والله صح.
Listen.
Yeah, brother. Here.
All I can say is I'm heartbroken.
Yeah, Halima, what do you say? You're heartbroken generally. That's
One
mad.
second, sorry.
Subhanallah.
Sorry, I
Sad
didn't
wallah.
hear anything you said.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think of that story that the sister shared with us?
Obviously, if it's true, then it's shocking. Wallahi, absolutely shocking.
It's true, bro. Of course it's true. Wallah.
It's
She's not gonna come online. It's true. Wallah. وريتها like is والله waxa ku dhacay waa it's messed up, man. Wallah, it's messed up. Waa khalad niyo.
How prevalent is this in our culture? Is this a thing where, like she said, at the end of the day, a lot of sisters Malala went through this, like she went through, and getting blamed for your mom's death, that's a bit harsh as well. That's a bit, I felt kind of...
That's emotional abuse, mate. Well, it's good
Yeah.
believe it, innit?
Somalis are very superstitious, you know.
How wallahi billah.
Any
How can
little
you get
thing,
blamed
it's your
for your
fault or
mom's
something.
death?
I know.
Haram
I like it.
alaykum.
So where do we unpack with this?
Too much to take in.
Obviously, she said she lived at the time when Al Shabaab was in charge of the area she lived. So maybe, you know how these groups are, these Daesh, these Islamist groups, the way they operate.
But what about
Because-
family members though? What about the uncles, the men that were supposed to protect her, or the guys that was trying to force her into marriage? Were they trying to do a good thing, or
Good
how
thing.
was it? How
She was
was it?
succumbed to rape and abuse. It was evident. They didn't do nothing. They continued. They hid it. They disguised it. Like I genuinely am speechless. Wallahi.
Someone
I
said,
needed
"Why is
I
everyone
needed talking
generalizing
about it.
Somali men and women?" Typical. What was that insecure? What do you think about this guy's comment here?
I don't know what he's talking about.
He
No
really
one's
needs that
generalizing.
comment needs to be deleted. That is so irrelevant right now. Like if everything that the story just mentioned and drawn spoke about, for you to isolate that, it's a reflection of your character, not hers. Absurd, wallahi.
That's what I'm saying. Some guys, for me, I believe experiences like this that happen, stuff like this that happens, like the sister says, usually it gets shunned away. And do you think some of the sisters, is this out of frustration? Is this they didn't have no one to speak to? Is this they're trying to clarify? They're trying to move on as part of their life? What do you guys think of this?
I think it's all the above.
It's the shame as well and the treatment. Even within our community and even wider society, I think now that the Me Too movement has come about, things prior before, there was a lot of victim blaming. It was always the female's fault. She was asking for it. What was she wearing? Like those were the attitudes. And why would a girl a lot of girls didn't choose to speak about it solely because they knew that the problems were going to come with it. And even if they did speak out, they were silenced within their own household, And in the event that a girl did get raped and she became pregnant, she was then forced to marry.
What do you think about this guy comment, his latest comment? Is this a community issue?
As a woman, and to things that I've heard and discussions that have taken place, sexual assault, rape, domestic violence, it is a community problem. And it needs to be discussed. Yeah, it's a taboo to even be to speak about. So
how do you break these taboos? And what do you think about this latest comment up here?
Sorry, it's the family.
Yeah, I do agree with that comment. It is the family pressure.
Definitely relevant. It's definitely relevant. It really does.
It's a sad one والله.
It is.
It's sad. سؤال بيرويديني لكن family-gooda walaalo maxay like ay ugu qasbayaan. This one I don't understand, especially like her
Yeah.
uncles and that. If they fully know how she feels, well, I could tell you this is wrong, and obviously the nose bang out of order, like maxay ugu qasbayaan. I don't understand, bro. I don't understand.
What specifically, the marriage
Custom.
or the
Yeah,
staying
the
in
marriage, of course they. No,
The
the
marriage.
marriage follow.
These-
Especially, bear in mind, hal mar ay u sheegto walaalo waxay ku tiri, and enough is
in
enough.
kuiga yari.
Ha, walaalo way ku calaashay already, fam. So, I don't understand, bro. Ugu qasbayaana. Well, you have to wear sheekadu waxa naga meegelay waxay dhacayaan laakiin orada ninka ku naqal lagu leeyahay. Nah, man.
Yeah, I can't lie. I feel like there's more to that story in terms of her uncle forcing her to marry this guy. Like the fact that he's okay, yeah, back home, people do get married young, but this forceful nature in marrying this man or this kid, to be fair, there's
Yeah.
something. There was a reason for it, and
You
it
might be
could be
right.
a thing. Yeah, it could be a thing where Al Shabaab were involved. You know, we don't know why. He could have been threatened. There's a lot of politics that clearly that were at play here.
No,
Because
but she said, didn't she say in the first video that I played, Sister Halima, she said, basically the guy is my cousin, he was 16. So do you think that had anything to do with the El Kebab or El Shabab? I don't really think so.
I think it did.
it
That's
could
something
be.
to do with
It
Shabab.
could be. It could be. Because
They
they
could
were
have told-
they were prevalent in the town, right?
Yeah.
You don't know how they were associated, the relations outside of the family dynamics. You don't know, because
Yeah.
okay, I don't want to
There's
believe
lots-
an uncle, you know, of this girl would force her to marry a 16-year-old man when she repeatedly refused.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what don't make sense to me. I go, how?
Yeah.
Way la hadashay, she broke it down to her, way isla hadleen, may ma rabi, laakiin wala lagu qasbiya. I can't let that get over my head, fam. That don't make sense. Well, it don't make sense. Fam.
Yeah, that's the bit that well, like brother Ahmed, that's the bit I'm stuck on as well.
There's little
That's the
pieces
bit that
missing.
got to me. Yeah,
There's
that's
little
the bit
pieces
what got,
missing.
that's the bit what got to me. Like, if the uncle, even as we as Muslims, like when a
So
woman
ma
says
hawala.
"Wedita," yeah, ma kadito,
Ha, war family
haram.
war
Yeah.
family goodi niyo fam suuragal ma aqliga ma gasho waa family goodi inta way ooyso way calaalaysa. Come on, bro, man, inuu ka yar yahay. Marka there's something missing, wallahi. It don't quite make sense, bro, because I don't think that the guy is that
Maybe it's
evil.
missing,
Wallah.
It's missing,
It's
but
not that
she
evil.
may not even be aware, you know? She may not even be aware. She literally took the situation for what it was. My uncle was forcing me to marry a 16-year-old boy, but we don't know the private conversations he's had outside
Yeah.
of the arrangement, you know?
That's the thing. We only had one side of the story, so all I had is a lot of pieces missing. So I don't know. Like that one don't make sense. Wallah. Qofka sta family gooda marka la hadlo waxaasi. Nah, how? Cold-blooded way, yeah. My psychopath, fam.
Wait. What does Mo Baller say?
Mo Baller said,
What?
Oh my god.
Muxuu soo qoray?
I
What's
think
an
Mo
Antichrist?
Baller, honestly, I think ignorance is bliss for him. That is literally the
Yeah.
impression he's giving me, because I can honestly say if it was okay for women to speak about this, you would realize it is a community issue.
Oh,
By the
muxuu
way,
dumarka yaala ka hadlin? He's a madman.
Yeah. I get what he's trying to say, but it doesn't apply in this instance. That comment.
what's he trying to say though, brother? What do you
I
think
think
he's
he-
behind?
You know how there's a lot of like Somali women that put divorce videos and it's just ridiculous. I think he's trying to link this to that, which is not the case.
Okay. Can
That's
I
not
flip
the
the
case, though,
script?
Wallah.
Can I flip the script though? Let me flip the
Yeah.
script. Okay, I don't agree with these divorce stories and, you know, putting it out there. But try to see the other side. The fact that our culture, we're not allowed to speak about these things. So it's shunned upon. Like it's not in our culture to speak on these things, and these women are now going against the grain, intentionally saying, no, we should be able to speak about these things. You know, these issues should come up because
They should.
it should be discussed. And, you know, if a girl is saying X, Y, and Z, it's happened to me, why should she be silenced because of her
Exactly.
and her family? No, like I said, I don't agree with it, but it's good to see these
Sister
things.
Halima,
It's for these conversations to happen.
Sister, I think this is another comment for you. Someone
No,
said, no,
Halim.
Halim.
Abdi Yusuf. Honestly, I love that it's both those statements came from men. I would honestly love to know if other women believe it's a community issue or not. Please, where are the other women at?
The other women. I think FA is the only sister I see so far in the chat. I hope she comes on the panel.
Yeah, we need more females, man.
Okay. We need to be able to distinguish the two. When we're saying it's a community issue, listen, no one is painting the brush on all Somali men. At no point did that statement ever get made. We are fully aware that men are good. We're not disputing that. But there is wrong that does happen. It happens in here. It happens in every other culture. There is good and bad everywhere. We're discussing the bad within our community to know enough that.
So we could create awareness.
It's not a one-off situation. Yeah, rape has existed since the dawn of time. It's a punishment. It's a punishment. It's zina. It falls under it. It's a punishment. So it's existed since the dawn of time. It's spoken about in our deen. So I don't understand where this ignorance has come about to believe that this is not an issue. It is an issue.
Yusuf once.
But it's not an issue because it's disguised in marriages. It's disguised with silence. I'm not trying to make it a gender war.
That's not a gender war. I don't think it should be a gender war.
Yeah, it's not a gender war. Man.
Thank you, FA. Thank you, FA. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know about that one, though. Community issue. I don't know about that one.
Liberal Halima because it's clear.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I don't think it's a community issue.
Yeah. The community had it. Don't take it too far. Community
guys are saying it's not a community issue. Guys, do you want to explain why it's not a community issue?
I think this kind of practice happens in the bad deal. If you go to if Somalia or Somaliland, I don't think it happens in big cities or in the West. This kind of behavior where
but I think me and Halima, WM said it's an interesting stream. Please, WM, jump on your another sister on the stream. I wanted to ask Halima, guys, you're saying it's not a community issue, but it is. It is. Don't you think it is?
What, back home? Yeah. But like not the West and anywhere else. The back home, I don't know about back home. I can't talk for back home.
Yeah, I've seen this. Like when I went to the village back home, the woman when she's 18, around 20, she's told to get married. It happens.
But force. We're talking about force. Qasab.
Normally they're just told.
You think they get to me, Malaha, I don't know why they did that to her. But
I don't know.
Hello.
This piece is missing.
Hello, cutting edge.
Yeah, I'm just watching halfway through. But it was good if we get that person, that girl, to respond to some of the questions which we need to ask.
Yeah, but yeah, hell yeah, an answer there. Okay, I done email ودي inshallah. I want to send an email. والله حديدي دون anything موضوع. but أنا واحد دون حالتها scenario sida oo kale maxay kula tahay cutting edge.
And to be honest, culture kastaba, there's a problem not only for Somali, because we put like we are different the other community. The other community, there's many community worse than us, to be honest, and they do a lot worse things in UK. I don't want to mention what kind of people they are. You must be aware. And so I don't want to mention what kind of people they are. You must be aware. And so I know what kind of people they are.
Yeah, good guys, hang on. FA, mute up and turn off your YouTube. Continue.
Okay. Perfect example. Hello?
We're
Yeah, carry
listening,
on.
Walala.
Okay, what are we discussing here? Forced marriage, rape,
We're
or domestic
discussing is
violence?
if this is a major community issue in the
What are we
Somali community.
specifically talking about? Rape, forced marriage, or domestic violence?
All the above.
Really? All of the above,
Okay.
sister.
Okay.
I'm gonna come back, Halima. Look after the panel for me, Walala and the guys. 2 minutes.
I see what Halimo. Go on. See what.
Yeah, I was just reading an article a couple of weeks ago, and literally a woman, her name is Amina Arale, and she was in Mogadishu, and apparently in the space of 3 months there was 100 rape cases, and 26
What, in
of them
Somalia?
were children. Yeah, wallahi, in Mogadishu, wallahi, in Ben Mash again, 100 reports. 26 of them were children as young as 4 years old.
Subhanallah.
I'm more than welcome to share the link, and it's not an issue. Yeah, obviously statistics are not available.
Yeah, back
now,
home is crazy, man.
yeah. Now we're moving
Wait,
at a
Dada,
time.
back home. It's sad. It's sad, Wallah.
100 reports. She's a damn. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Wa alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam.
Guys, first of all, I just wanted to say that story was so sad. And I think there's, like you guys said before, there's more to the story than what she told us. But the thing that I didn't understand is her father, as you would think as a father, somebody's supposed to protect their child, their daughter.
Yeah.
But he didn't even know the guy's name. It was as if not knowing the guy's background, not knowing anything. And I think sometimes, when people see that qofka that is supposed to be protecting you, like your parent or like your brother or your uncle, like it was as if they're done and we see, and sometimes people take advantage of that, because if they knew but they would have been scared for her to call back home. But it was as if they weren't even scared for her to call back home or for her to ask help. It was like, okay, yeah, back home, and they were continuing to do what they were doing. So I think it starts off with the parents, especially the father. I think he should have done more for her, but like you guys said, there's probably more to the story than what we know.
100% agree.
Yeah.
But the father bit don't make sense. The father bit, like who's the guy in Hawaii and That don't make sense. Your daughter's getting married and you don't know who she's getting married to.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, there's something missing, bro. There's a lot of stuff missing.
She should make a comment.
100%. Allah billah.
She didn't tell us the guy that my dad dragged me all the way to that room and forced me. No, there was no force, as she told us. She just accepted, and she said that I have no choice. What do you mean choice? You can speak out. Later she speak out, and she just saying, I don't want him this guy. And she went back to that, and at the end of the day, she got help. So why should they do this kind of situation?
Wait a minute.
This story is not true. It looks like there's a lot of things missing. We need to ask this girl.
Wait a minute, horta. Inanta marka la guursanayo horta maanu aabuhu ogeyn. I'm sure aabaha waa in loo sheego inantaada la guursanaya sacabka loo tubo. So aabaheedii tan waxaan mu ogeyn baa la leeyahay marka idin noo stuff.
Dee meherba ma dhicin ba.
Hayaay.
meherku waxa la og yahay weligaa waxa loo wakiishaa weligiiba ayaa dhaarnaya ninkii baa la arkayaa la gacan qaadayaa heblaaye may siinaysaa buu odhanayaa can you give me that girl laakiin imika sheekadii waxa weeyi we cannot
we cannot say it's true or it's not true because Allah got the evidence.
والله ورطها سؤال بضبط يسوق يصير نطف إن شاء
haddii
الله
kale sheekadii Soomaaliya noqonaysaa hebel baa waxaa yidhi iyo inan baa la kufsaday iyo nin baa wax kufsaday iyo dameer baa iyo waxaas ma shaqaynayso
ورطها can happen bro
kale waxa weeye community-geeni soft target bay noqotay in la ilaa kuwa waaweyn 18 wadankii la geeyay isagu ogolaaday inuu wadankii tago dhaqan celis in lagu sameeyo la ilaa waxa weeye ilmo yar buu noqday after 18 years old UK 18 markaa noqotay nin weyn baa tahay niyow
صح
wadankana ay maqaayeen halka anaga aanu isla dhamaan deganahay project baa lagu sameeyay la leeyahay dhalinyartii wadankii loo dhaqan celiyay waa caruur yar yar waa la xilxilay waxaasi waa project baa lagu qaadanaya community-geena waxay noqday soft target inaga dhexdeeda in lacag laynaga sameeyo
oo maxay u jeedaa markaad lacagta la raadinaya waaxay
lacagta la raadinaya waa project soo qaatay imika gabadh baa ka timid xaafadeeda timida kule waxaan tagay wadankii baan tagay rag waaweyn oo 18 ayaa silsida lagu xidhay waalidkoogii lama socdo cidi war uma hayso waalidkii hadday ku soo noqdaan waalidkoogay dili doonaan mental issue haystaan waxa ku leeyahay anu consultant baa la iga dhigay lacag baan ku qaadanayaa video baan ka duubayaa waxa weeye negative baa community laga qorayaa negative baa laga qorayaa meel kastaba wadankii meel kastaba marka community
way cutting edge but sheekada noo kale negative ma aha hadday sheekada noo kale dhacdo maan laga hadli karin experience story lakeeda
officer waa ka yar maqnayde break bad yar qaadatay sheekadu ku yar dhaafteen kugu soo celiyo
okay
waxaan ku yidhi sheekada annagu gabadha mana beenin karno ma oran karno waxay sheegaysaa waa roon mana oran karno waxay sheegaysaa waa sax laakiin sheekadu waa waxa weeye aabbahay baan la hadlay aabbahay baa yidhi waa nin baad guursanaysaa adeerkay igu ballamiyey marriage-kii iyo arrangement-kii iyo dadkii isla hadlay kamay sheekayn markii dambe 7 days baan meel kula xidhnaanin haddayna doonayn why she didn't make a comment say aabba anuu ma rabo nin aanan garanayn waddanka reasonkaasad igu soo celisay laakiin markii dambe aabbahay baan ku soo ordayo anu sheego oo la yidhi okay doesn't make sense.
Yo, I'd like to add one thing here, yeah. When I'd like to add one thing here. When someone accuses someone of rape and etc., and they bring it to you, you're supposed to ask for witnesses in Islam. That's what Elijah tells us. He hasn't brought any witnesses. You guys realize that, right?
Yeah.
It was just her word. There's no witnesses.
Okay, there's no witnesses, but say the story that she's telling. There have to be witnesses. Say if the story she's telling. And a lot of sisters are going through this. But I forget the witnesses. Say if the story, the scenario.
You're talking hypothetically then?
Let's talk hypothetically. Because if you don't want to dismiss the girl's story, if you want to dismiss her story, like it's nothing.
I don't even want to dismiss it. I'm not trying to dismiss it.
I'm
just trying to say...
No, you, Ahmed. I'm talking to Musa.
I'm just trying to say we
not
can't
her story. Are you saying her specific story you can't take as a truth? But are you dismissing
her specific
stories?
Story we cannot
are you
take
dismissing these
Ilahi
scenarios?
Tells us this. Ilahi tells us we're not.
Forget Ilahi. I don't get Ilahi. I got scared. No, but how could shake it up to you? Don't get stressed. I'm saying okay. Let's put no. I'm gonna let you finish. Put that to a side. Yeah, you don't want to brush whatever to a side. Yeah, but stories and scenarios like this, what is it? Should we brush it to a side or is it one?
Stories like this, and I would assume stories like this happen. I would assume they happen. Let me talk specifically about the woman here, though. We can't take her story as truth. And I know what you're saying, put Ilahi aside here, but we can't put Ilahi aside. Religion is a guidance for us in every aspect of our life. Is a guidance for us. I'm just telling you, if you want Ilahi's guidance here, his advice is simple to you. Without any witnesses, don't take it as truth. What she's saying, don't completely take it as truth. Take it into consideration if you want your problem, innit?
But what One second. What happened to benefit of the doubt in this situation? Like what makes the excuses? No. Because the point I'm having here now is that you're excusing the behaviors of these actors.
Can you guys give me 1 minute? Can you give me 1 minute? I'm gonna find a surah for you where Ilahi tells you if someone comes to you with an accusation of adultery, rape, or etc. Yeah, you have to ask for witnesses. This is Ilahi
This is not court. She was saying her story. She's not going to court. She didn't go to court. She didn't mention anyone's name. She didn't state who they were.
Do you think I'm disregarding? Do you think I'm trying to say that rape does not happen? I'm saying it happened. Hear my mouth. Yeah, I'm telling you, rape happens. Rape happens. I'm telling you, stories like that probably happen. Can let me finish, please. I'm saying stories like that probably happen as well. I'm just saying in this specific scenario, with her into consideration, what's happening right now, the trial he's put, every second of your life is a test. The trial that he has put on you right this minute, right this second. When you see a lady come to you and she accuses someone of rape, you have to ask for evidence. That's what Eli's guidance is telling you, yeah? Now, let's talk about the scenario, yeah? With that and it's said, yeah, what do you guys take that into consideration? I can bring this surah to you guys in a minute after I find it as well.
No need to bring a surah. No need to bring surah.
Well, no, I don't need. I don't need surah.
Why I need to Khalid? Why I think I need to and think I need to bring the surah is you guys doubt that this is Allah's commandment.
One at a time, please wrap
one
up.
at a time,
let other people talk. Let other people talk. It's a panel.
Oh, okay.
Let other people talk. Just mute. Let everyone bring whoever you're bringing. Mute up and let everyone else talk. Go ahead, Halimo.
Take my context.
No, just let everyone. No, just let other people talk and wrap it up. Go on, Sister Halimo. You wanna talk? Or
the statement that was made, I don't want you to cast doubt, because if someone came to you saying so and so happened, you're going to go on the basis of truth. Is it because it's too close to home that you want to disregard it as the truth? At the end of the day, she accused.
Again, take it out of context. When did I say this does not happen? I clearly stated that this happens. Okay, why are you taking everything?
Let everyone talk. Why can't you let people talk? Let other people talk.
She's accusing me of something I didn't say.
No, she never. Let the sister finish. Let the sister finish. Ahmed, please.
It's fine. No. Honestly, move on, because it's not gonna. We're gonna end up going down a rabbit hole. So leave us.
You know you can't win this argument.
I can't edge.
You've made it into an argument.
You just accused me of something that I
didn't say. Sorry. Go on, Sister Effie.
It's not an argument.
What the sister is saying is it's a bit insensitive for you to come on here and say there should have been witnesses. We can't take her word for it. I understand Dinta says that there should be witnesses, but she's just telling her story. And what we're talking about is this a common thing within our community? No one is saying ragan wala hiraya or what rape is none of that.
Why is it every time someone tries to give you guys good advice, dawah, in terms of like how you conduct yourselves in this life, you disregard it and say screw Ilahi, put him aside?
No, it's not. No,
it's not. Said it. He said it. Put him aside.
No, wait a minute.
You're jumping all over the gap. Wait a minute. No, come on, man. I can't do that. I love this.
No, wait a minute.
Already, Somalia, or bala Greece give out the noqday of Somalia ku sheekaysan. Of Somali ki baranayo no waad ku sheekaysato. Hadii kale walaga baranaysid. Ama inaan haw.
No, it's just I talk quicker with
Somali ku hadalo.
Listen. Broken hand noqday dhageysanayo. Hypothetically wala haduu dhaco, let's say, and there's no witnesses, then what's going to happen? Waxa leedahay marka case dismissed.
Maaniga dagaalisa.
If there's no witnesses.
If there's no witnesses,
wouldn't there be witnesses?
What do you mean it is? Hypothetically, and there's no witnesses. Come on, bro.
Already.
Yeah, if there's no
witnesses, you know, the lady said she have no choice. She accepted. She went with the man. She didn't tell us somebody dragged her to the room by force.
That's
what she's saying. Well, we're talking about what she said. So if she accepted, why she not let him two be together in the night? Why did she say stop? She claiming that, but I'm not saying. Listen, you cannot. You're not there.
Cutting edge. Rape kumaha xog markasta qofka bastoolad madaxa laga qabto. Sometimes you could someone inuu baqanayo nafteedii u baqanaysay way raacday dadkan kaliya waa inan yar oo kaligeed wadankii ku noqotay. Maybe afka may garanayn, waxba may garanayn, hooyo ma socoto, aaba ma la socdo. She's literally by herself. waxay tiri, the only thing that I can do is just accept it and just go. She had no choice. Because waxay lahayd waa la dilaya. Haddii don't
so,
so you need 4 witnesses. So you need 4 witnesses.
Okay,
for
so
that
marka kamay
psychological
soo
damage.
so kamay escape garayno kamay soo noqonayo imka 11 years ba ka soo wareegay
Yeah, you
sheekadaasi
need
one
order to
example
establish
laakiin
a
nagu
crime
demo
has
oran
been
karno waa
committed,
true
to convict the person. Yeah, you would need 4 witnesses to convict the person. Yeah,
waa true yan true ma oran
or
karno
something
midna
like that. I don't know. I don't know.
Waa
Something
runtaada
like
ka
that, though.
tanaj.
You'd
Yeah,
have
but
to
that's
quote
a-
someone that's and more knowledgeable in this topic.
No, but I
that's
don't
the
forget knowledgeable.
general
See,
scenario.
you're saying call someone else from. No, I'm saying look at the scenario. Not to melba lagu qasbay علي inta ninkan ho may rabin markii hore. Every day waxaanay rabin ba inta lagu sameeyay. What 4 witnesses do you need to know? Say she doesn't rally
other side
Khalid,
use
Khalid,
your
Khalid, can I
use
ask you something?
hey
Why hasn't
other side
where
of
was this
story ba
video
Antonia
made?
qofkii kale ku sameeyay in la dhageystay isagana de
Huh?
Hayarta yesterday. When I yesterday, sheekh ay riixaya,
Yo,
ba sheekh ay riixaya.
this video was
What's
made
his
like
name?
6
Musa.
months ago, yeah. And why hasn't anyone else come to verify what she's saying? Obviously, she knows people. There's families that she's got. Why hasn't anyone else come to verify this story?
That's the pieces that's missing.
Exactly.
Hold on.
Exactly.
Sorry, let the sister.
Ahmed
Let
is the
the
only
sister talk.
sensible one here. Wallahi, Ahmed is the
And
only
let the
sensible
sister.
one.
Let the sister talk.
He knows
Sister
that there's
Halima, come
facts and
through.
there's holes in her story. He knows it, but that everyone else is literally disregarding that.
Disregarding
Hello,
what?
Cons.
Walalo? Disregarding what?
That there's holes in her story. There's holes.
What do you mean
Well,
holes?
And in the general reality of what's happening, no one has
Well,
come out
okay,
to
in you, okay, no. In what, all right, in what sense?
In
In
what
your
reality?
mind?
In what
Okay,
reality?
stop talking over, man, or I'll just mute you up in it, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna ask you a direct question. Yeah, in what, in your sense, where did you see the holes from that story you had?
Well, I just
Explain to
stated
us.
to you one right now. Why hasn't anyone else come to verify this story?
But how can they when they're working with a guy? Walalo. Nika, we're shaking already. We don't care about your
So
disrespect.
everyone's against her. Everyone's against her.
Yes.
Everyone she come across in Somalia is against her. Every single person.
Yes. And I could yes.
That's insane. That's a bit hard to believe. I'm just saying that's a bit hard to believe.
No.
Ilahi told me to use my ilm. I'm going to use my ilm. That's a bit hard to believe.
Use as much as you want. Walalo. Like hypothetically, in a
Yeah, she probably got raped. I'm not gonna lie, she probably did get raped and all that probably happened. But there are holes in her stories.
I agree with you that. Yeah, I agree. What's that, Chekti?
Yeah, of course, this piece is missing, and like you can't discard her story. Like I mean, you can't discard it, man.
Musa, let's just go on the basis of you don't believe her story, okay? That's it. We can take that.
Doesn't matter whether I believe it or not.
All right.
Let's change the topic.
No, that's what I wanted to do. I just want to go on the basis that this story is true. Can we just refer back to it being the truth for now, just for the sake of this?
As a hypothetical, yeah.
I
Go ahead,
really
go ahead.
don't
I said
care.
all the time. Go ahead, yeah. My initial advice to you guys was, and basically, and without someone can't come in and tomorrow and to me and tell me, yo, I got raped by this and this and this. I'm supposed to believe every single word forever without any evidence whatsoever.
A lot of interactions you have with people in this world is based on
belief.
You're gonna believe. So at the end of the day, you cannot sit here and tell me that this is not a court. This is not court. She's not on trial. She did not state anyone's names.
That's true.
She didn't do anything. She has the right to tell her story.
Yeah. No, gabadha waxay u baahantahay in aan stage-ka keenno marka la yar warayste.
Listen, bro, cutting edge. Okay. Let the conversation flow. Please carry on, Halima.
So I really, honestly, it's completely irrelevant at this point. There is an issue. Forced marriage is an issue. Rape is an issue. Domestic violence is an issue. That's the conversation I want us to have.
So what do we know about, and if we're taking this as a hypothetical, yeah, and I'm guessing, and we're painting a scenario where someone that grew up in the West, right, goes back to Somalia, and they try to force them into marriage, right? That's the scenario you guys are painting out. Now, I myself, I'm a man, so and this comparison wouldn't be at all that fitting. But I have been a Dr. Ellis, as I pointed out before, in 2001, I believe, I think it was, and I didn't get anyone trying to force me into marriage. And while I understand that on my stay there, yeah, And I haven't heard any stories or come across any women that were being forced into marriages. Or in fact, in my circles, I have never heard of this. Like a woman being forced. Probably in South Somalia, but in Somaliland, I haven't heard of it. I haven't heard of it in Somaliland.
America stayed down all around the world, apart from maybe English, Europe,
maybe more
Hindi,
prevalent in the South.
Pakistan.
Yeah. They even got sex trafficking in Europe. So it's
Europe traffic so
Yeah.
High traffic cars like it's not. Well, still a force
Yeah, but that's not force. Not the same.
The marriage back
No, talking nigga, why do you listen, brothers? Yeah, we're not can't edge, not harmony here. We're just talking a scenario that from our perspective as dad Somali أنا اللي قاعد لي. Yeah, ما dad كان it's not دفاعتي على dad كان عيبان صار. This happens in our community. Forget that. لا حاجة نقول عليه. It happens in our community. So listen, we're having a conversation about it. If you guys feel uncomfortable, ماشي كدقة سكساعدة. But we're gonna have this conversation.
هاي waxaan ku hadlaynaa orheede waxaan ku hadlaynaa Yusuf magaca ma hayso Khalid heede waxaan ka hadlaynaa adiga waxaad tiri dadku waa inuu express himself way ku xidhin dadka waxaan ku wari waxaan ka hadlaynaa waxyaabahan dhacaya si loo barto qof life oo isagu wixii ku dhacdo iyo ka jawaabay su'aalihii oo isagu in the future maybe kama hadlayno
forget the future we're flowing. Yeah, so let's get back to we're gonna stick to the topic. We're saying this is it a big issue that this person said it's not a big issue. What do you guys think? I just want to know the thoughts of that guy. Chama'a. And if you feel uncomfortable, I mute the thought. That's it.
I'm not uncomfortable. I don't know why you're saying I'm uncomfortable. It's you, Khalid. That's if anyone that's getting aggressive anyway. And what kind of is trying to say? I think you guys.
I'm getting aggressive.
Okay, can you not talk over me? Okay.
Yusuf,
what Khalid is?
No,
Khalid is called Kaftan. And what Khalid is trying to say is. In the media, they're trying to paint a negative image on the Somali community, and what this topic is doing is sort of like giving them an ammunition for their fire, basically.
Why are you guys so concerned about what the image is? This is really happening. Sorry, guys. Let FA talk. We have sisters on the panel.
You know, حافظيهنا دقنتي. Qashin kod's turting somehow. You clean your house, you take the qashin out. Just because this is within your community and we're like all brothers and sisters Somali naga dhaxaysa Somali baan wadanahay laakiin qashinka gurigaaga inaad ku xariisid maaha waxa xun oo dhan qofka xun waxa xun dibadda wanaad iska dhigtid because when you have filth within your home, within your own house, it affects so many people. Often, like, let's just say we're talking about rapists, for instance. Just because someone is a Somali rapist doesn't mean because he's a Somali. Why not shakti? Even it's dini and if and we're not saying, and I'm not talking about this girl's story. I'm just saying Somali whether they're rapists, tuga, bad. Someone that is bad. Guys, there's nothing wrong with that. Just because someone is a Somali. And we tend to do this within the Somali community. We tend to do this. We will protect people based on their surname, Habil Koda, and Wa'ab, there's nothing wrong with talking about this. And these things happen. It happens within all communities. It's not just the Somali community. People sin, people make mistakes in life. What's that saying? I forgot the saying, by the way. I don't know. So it's fine. We can talk about this. And even, like when girls talk about things that happen to them or whatever, it's not that we're saying all Somali men are like this. We're just saying this is something that happens within the community, guys. You know, nala arka, to speak up. Even you as men, when you speak up, it's better. And that's the only way you can improve as a community. That's the only way you can, you know, make, you know, better yourself. And I think a lot of you are getting defensive, and you feel like attacking you personally. It's not personal. It's just something that happens within the community. That's all.
Thank you, sister. Well said.
No.
Round of applause. Round of applause. What do you mean no? Round of applause.
Thank you, sister.
No, I don't feel like I'm personally attacked myself.
So why
Yes,
can't we have this without emotion attached to it? Go ahead, Halima. Sorry.
What emotion? I just at the start, I just tried to give you guys dawah. Whether you guys accept it or not, that's up to you. That's all I tried to do at the start. Give you dawah. As simple as that.
We respect it. Wallahi billah, we respect it. Like,
Okay,
wallah, in
then,
some
okay.
scenarios, now, but you can't say, okay, in some scenarios, wallah, you can't say you need evidence to look at, you need witnesses. You need evidence. How you gonna have evidence for wallah? Look, English Somali ma istabay kula tahay how to check if person illa xoogi.
In a rape, if there was rape,
Yeah.
it would go to court. It would go to court, and there would be evidences and brought.
What
forth.
evidence? How they gonna find out, bruv? How they gonna find out?
Scientific evidence, like his semen on her, or
Yeah, in West.
stuff like that.
In Western countries, yeah.
Guys, let the sister talk. Halima, come through. Come through, sister Halima.
Can we just be considerate and sensitive to the topic? Because as a woman, it's a whole different ball game. You're talking about her getting examined at a hospital. She would need to go to the hospital or report the rape on the day to maintain DNA.
Thank you very much.
There's a lot of
Those are just some of the evidences, Halima. There's also other evidences like her family members, the way that
family members witness rape, right?
Family members is not there, though.
Like the way he treats her, etc. Not exactly the rape in specific, but the way he treats her, etc. Like that. If he's a violent person, etc., all these things, bro.
Okay, do you think in domestic violence that more time domestic violence when it happens, the guy is the most sweetest man majority of the time on the outside? You don't know what happens behind closed doors. Let's not put this whole persona out there that if a woman's being raped, it's clearly evident, or if a woman's getting abused, it's evident. It's not evident.
Okay,
it's not always evident. It's just guys.
Can I put a question to you? Do you think there are women who accuse men of rape and
I'm not going to have that conversation with you because
you don't
it does
answer
happen.
That question. You don't want to answer. Yeah, it does happen. Exactly. That's why we need evidence. Because it happens.
Wow. And this is the point here. This is why girls don't speak on it, because automatically you're shutting it down because your first thing to rebuttal.
But you guys do nothing.
No. Because I'm actually done. Because since the beginning, you want to doubt everything she's saying. Even now, when I'm speaking to you about rape and domestic violence, you don't even want to talk about the topic. The first thing you want to go throw out, women falsify. Wallah, wake up from wherever you've been staying, whatever rock you've been under. Rape happens. Domestic violence happens.
Yeah, I said that as well. It
happens everywhere. Just come down.
You keep listening. I don't understand.
Calm down, guys.
If you don't want to talk about this topic,
women just get too emotional.
Yeah, no.
Come down, man. Luckily, we live in UK.
No, sorry, guys. I want to have a carry on, sister Halima. So I have to quickly do this. Hello, carry on.
Oh my god, I'm actually like I can't engage in this conversation because it's actually disrespectful. Wallahi. And this is the attitude. It just highlights everything that's wrong. Now he's completely invalid.
So what accusation are you trying to bring here? That I said that rape doesn't happen. I've clearly already said rape happens.
At no point have you even wanted to talk about the conversation and the issues at hand. You just want
I did want to talk about it. I did.
Speak about the topic. Stop dismissing it.
Sis. I think this guy's just come here to argue and throw a little because you will remember in the beginning. You can remember I won the argument.
Argue.
I'm not disputing that women don't fake rape.
I just
fake rape and fake abuse. No. I'm not disputing that, but I can say with 1,000% fact, more rape happens than women claiming fake rape happens.
Yeah, so I would agree with that statistic as well. I would agree with that as well.
Leave her in that category too.
So, Halima, can you come close to the mic?
Yeah.
Come close.
I would agree with that statistic as well. But what you was arguing there before you went on this.
We weren't even
road, whatever.
arguing. No one was arguing. This is in your head. No one was arguing.
Okay,
whatsoever.
can I
just
say
say this,
this,
bro?
please? Can I finish?
Go on, Musa. Go on. No, sorry. Go on, Mystery. Go on. Come
No, I was
through.
gonna say, like, guys, like Musa, bro, عيارتنا قداف, man. You're joking around too much.
I'm not joking around.
I
I'm
come here
just
to
trying to get
argue.
you guys to.
And
Wait,
what?
I'm getting.
We're not
We're
trying to
have
go
like
for
a serious conversation.
Wallahi, billahi, tallahi. I'm
the.
just
Sorry,
trying
no,
to
I
get
know
you
what to
guys
do. No, sorry. No, it's nights out. Lights out. Some people are not mentally ready for these type of conversations. Come on, let's carry on. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, he was talking about the witnesses. I get it's the 4 witnesses, but what does that have to do with the situation? It's comical, you know.
No, I think what he doesn't understand, and you know, some people just don't understand what we're doing and how we're going. You know, don't want to stick to the topic, but he wants to just be, some people like attention. I don't know what it is. It's maybe get off this subject. You can't probably speak about it. It's scared of dick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
And
one
that's
of
the
the
thing.
brothers said it's Somali men are highlighted in the media. Like, what media are Somali men highlighted? I'm not aware of that. Is that actually true?
I feel like this is the paranoia. I feel like some people maybe they feel like they're being attacked, or you know how there's an attack or there's something going on. I'm just saying, if there's things like this going on and there's a story like this, what is the best way to speak about and highlight in the community? Because the girl didn't say I got it. The girl said, "Well, you go cosplay, what?" And the thing is, I think like a lot of people, what they do is they attach themselves to this story. Like we're trying to attack them, but subliminally they don't understand. It's like, oh, I'm here to prove this. I'm here to prove that. I'm here to argue with you. There was a point where Halim, I beat you at arguing. I'm like, no one's arguing. There's numerous times no one's arguing. We're having a discussion. I think some people can't tell the difference. So I just can't be bothered to hear it, and it's gonna go around in circles. And you know, also. Let's get to the point, guys. What do you guys think about these type of animal?
Like, in my opinion, I'm not gonna lie, Somali women they're not treated right, if I'm being honest, in the Somali culture. Like, they're put aside a lot, especially back home. So obviously, in terms of changing the mindset, I'm not really sure what has to be done. I want to hear more from the women.
What do you think about comments like this, sisters? When people say stuff like this?
Oh, makes sense.
It's crazy. I don't even know what to say to that.
No.
I don't even know what to say to that because a lot of people usually don't even come forward. So imagine if all these women came forward. I think people would be a lot more shocked than I think then they realize it's very common. These things happen within our own households. It happens, and it's not just the Somali community. That's what they need to realize. This is just there's a problem within humanity. Yeah,
it's been a problem from humanity
for years. This has been going on for years. And imagine people that are how can at least we have some sort of things in place for women, like they can go to a woman refuge, or there's people to help them, organizations to help them.
Musa is saying that women this, that. I'll be going off topic, being emotional, getting angry, and
You know what I
just
want to
playing
know?
simple.
I want to know what
I'm
Musa's
playing
solution
simp.
is.
No,
What
but
is
I'm
his
not the one.
solution?
Everyone's seen it. But the thing is, Musa, you're the guy that always screams off his lungs. On the panels. We've got you bare 100 times screaming off your lungs. It's not
No, he
even.
keeps talking about witnesses. I get it. That's what the Dini and that's what the Dean said. However, we're not even talking about this girl. We're just talking about these things happening within our community and what we can do as a community to make it better or to educate people and to talk about it. But he's just stuck at Dawa and Nisimi. You guys refuse to get Dawa. No, we didn't refuse.
I'm here to give you all start screaming off his head. It doesn't make sense anyway, but I think this is the problem. I think when people don't understand, and sometimes it's best to, instead of screaming your head off and screaming your lungs, understand people. Okay, this is where the people are. This is where the conversation's heading. And I think that's where it got stuck. But when some people actually come here to argue, just to argue, I'm here to argue, and it's like, well, it's not argument, it's a debate. Yeah, so it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is, man. But why do you think men get defensive like that, lads? Let's ask a question. Why do you think men behavior towards this and where it gets brushed off and it gets brushed underneath the carpet? What do you guys think of that? Is that the problem why certain women don't like coming forth with these type of stories?
Absolutely. These kind of reactions are one of the reasons why women get coming out.
Yeah. Typical, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, me personally, I don't know if that story is true, but I'm not going to start arguing and making stuff just for the sake of it, arguing.
I know. No,
that's the way that brother was.
I know. We see we're certain characteristic behaviors of people, isn't it? Yeah. Some people just want to argue for the sake of argument.
Yeah. I mean,
no, some people want to stay ignorant. It's peaceful that way, Ignorance is bliss.
Mm-hmm.
So the world isn't that way,
This is the thing.
It is an uncomfortable subject. It's not something nice to talk about.
I know, this is the problem. Sis, what's wrong with your mic? Can you come closer? Try your headset.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's like
the thing that you said there, Halima, it's actually uncomfortable for the women, not for the men.
Honestly, I think it's more uncomfortable for the men than the women. Because
why?
I don't know. I think it's more of the emotional response. I don't know. It's so sad to say this. I feel like because it's something that I'm not even talking about.
Sis, your mic. What's wrong with your mic?
Can you hear me?
It's like you're very far. I don't know. You're on your headset.
Hello.
Yeah.
Better?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm just saying it's not that. I'm not even talking about the Somalis. What has nothing to do with Somalis is just society in general. That I think rape, it's happening. It's happened. Sexual assault has happened. I think we were more or less not. I don't even want to say desensitized to it, but it's just something that's happened. It's happening and it will continue to happen. That's why women take measures for X, Y, and Z for various different reasons. So I think more for men, it makes them uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. I think it's a lot more. Faye, do you think am I going crazy?
No, I think men have a hard time accepting that these things happen. And for the victims that this happens to, it's hard for them to speak out. Actually, one person made a good point in the comment section. She goes, what woman? She was talking about something. I don't know where it is. I've lost it now.
Yeah, I know which one you were talking about.
Yeah, that's
I'll put it on the board for you.
So that's back home, and then here in the West, instance when it goes to court, well, that's even if it goes to court, but a lot of the times it just gets dismissed as if it didn't happen, or you're lying, or you're just being emotional, or why were you dressed like that, or why there's so many questions that get asked with it, which it's there should be questions at the same time, because there's women that lie as well. So we have to, we as women have to accept that there is women out here that do lie about these things. However, it doesn't make it easy for the victim to come forward when, as soon as somebody says something, all we were doing was discussing it. And, you heard the response from several people on, the panel. So it's a sensitive topic, but I think men find it very hard to accept that this is something that does actually happen. And it's very
Do you think the problem with the guys is they're emotionally attaching themselves and saying, no, I don't want it to be a stain. I don't want this to be out there. And
100%.
That is maybe that's the main problem. Because we're not hearing, because we're not taking time to listen to these people. Maybe if we did, we could sort out scenarios. This is what it is. This is the part of being on an awareness channel. Talking about scenarios that we need to be aware of.
Yeah, 100%. And even like men in general, I don't know if any of you are fathers, but one day you're going to be a father to a daughter, where, you wouldn't want that, or you've got sisters, or you wouldn't when it's your sister, you wouldn't question her. So why is it when it's another female, you know, it's no, that didn't happen, or why is she saying that, or are we sure? Are we even sure? Because you wouldn't have asked those questions if that was your daughter or your sister. So why is it the minute it's another female outside of your family that is saying this has happened to her, why is it okay that didn't happen, or that can't have happened? I don't understand it. I don't get it. I'm asking the guys.
Guys, who wants to take the Ahmed, Mystery, and brother, do you want to take that question that FA asked? I'm gonna come back, guys. Yeah, Mystery, you lot hold up the panel for me.
Yeah. So
I think
you
that's
said
can you repeat that again.
My question is, why is it that when a
Mystery,
woman
sorry,
outside of your
FA.
family, so let's
Mystery,
just
when you're not
say,
talking, you got some background noise. Do you mind muting? Yeah, go on.
so why is it that if it's not your sister or your daughter or whatever, any female within your family, if it's like a female outside of your family saying, you know, I've been raped, for instance, why is it that men are quick to question it and be like, how did it happen? But when it's your sister, you're quick to defend her. And why can't you honor all women that, you know, that go through these things as men? That's what I want to know.
Ahmed, do you want to take this first?
Hello?
Yeah,
What's the
Ahmed,
question
you want to
again,
take
Walala? Yeah,
the question is
yeah, what did she say?
yeah, the question is why is it quick? Why do we quick to judge if the woman is not related to us, like a daughter or wife or a mother or anything like that, or sister or whatever? But when it's an outsider woman that says I got raped, why do men quickly jump and say, not to defend her, but they say, "Oh, is she lying?" Is we question her rather than feel her pain.
Yeah, word. Wallah, I don't know. That one there is a difficult one because I've never been in that situation in my life where a female told me what I said would die. So I don't know, wallah. Like, obviously, you have to take their word for it, man, and just
No,
see.
no. To answer it honestly, yeah, I'll be honest with you, and I'll
Yeah.
tell you the truth. It's because the situation is different. When it comes to my sister or when
Family,
it's
yeah.
family or any relatives, yeah, you quick. It's not
Exactly.
what kicks in. It's like your aggressive side kicks in and say who, what, where, why did it happen?
Yeah,
Yeah,
wallah,
that's the first question you're gonna ask, and you're gonna say who did
Nigga
that
Ed,
to you?
who asked that question anyways, man? Who asked that question? Was that
I
FA?
did, Wallah.
Yeah, that one there, wallah, yeah, is obviously family were family in it. So there's a reason why your sister's your sister at the end of the day. Like in from outside, like someone else, it all depends. Wallah, I understand what you're trying to say. Like in family,
Don't
I
get
don't know, just it's your national, what's it called? It's your natural instance. Like I don't know, a
and
family.
don't
Wallah,
get
at the
me
end of the
wrong,
day.
I'm not saying, you know, as soon as let's just say a woman comes up to you, I'm not saying you should go out there and defend her and find the guy that did this. That's not what I'm saying.
No,
But
no,
just
no. We're not
show
taking the
some empathy.
responsibility.
Just empathy. Like, you know what, well,
No,
I'm
no.
sorry that happened to you.
I would.
Do you know what I mean?
If that's what you're asking, FA, if that's
No,
the
we're quick
question
to judge
to
her.
me,
She's saying we're quick to judge her,
I'm
and we
not
want to
though.
know.
I'm not. The wallah, each for their own, innit? Each for their own at the end of the day, wallah. If that question is for me, obviously I wouldn't judge.
No,
And
of
the
course,
only
no.
reason I say this is because of the video that we just watched. You know, rather than saying, you know what, I'm sorry that happened to the sister, you know,
Yeah, of course there.
we don't know the ins and outs. It was media than or what was the other one? You need to have 4 witnesses. What? Let's not
I
jump
get
to
that.
that. Why can't we just feel sorry for the sister for a minute? You know, it's a horrible story that we've just listened to. Rather than getting defensive, that's all that's the only reason
wallah,
why.
the last FA, the last 40 minutes, wallah, what I say, said Nikki, how I love behind 4 witnesses. Is he all right, bruv? 4 witnesses. But he needs to understand, yeah, well, logically, more reasoning. Not every time there's going to be witnesses. And there's truth because it's only you and one guy. Where you going to say in while I die, okay, witnesses are low behind. How witness behind the killing him? I said, what the killing is for her. Nope, sorry, case dismissed. suuragal maaha walaalo man.
No, it doesn't work like that, man. Come on, man. Wuxuu ka hadlaya isaga waa shariicada. Shariicada is totally different. It's flexible depending on each situation. So not like my sister hadda tan waxay dhahaysa naagta waxa la yidhi way xoogtay. Waa la xooga bay leedahay. So we have to, what they would do, the first thing they would do is sympathize with her and say, how did it happen? Where did it happen? Can you remember how it happened? And then get a lady in there just to see what happened to the young lady. It's you know what I'm saying, things like that. But they don't go and say, "Oh, bring for Makrati, bro." That's just going over the top.
100%, my brother.
That's the Shia law. I don't know, but that's not the Sunni Sharia, bro.
No, I understand. Wuxuu ka hadlaya isagu walaalo, I don't know what law he's using. Like, if the Dean 100%, like walaalo in I don't know, if England, like anigoo kale aad criminology walaalo, yes, I study criminology. So forensic psychology, offender profile waxaas dhan soo bartay. So you can't really walaalo qofku kuma boodi kartid, ma judge kari kartid, you can't dismiss the case waana dhegaysatid. And waana warka ka gurtid. You have to let them talk and take whatever is truth and whatever is a lie, iska tuur weeye. Like I don't know, man. You can't really.
No, this is the other thing. To answer your question again, Fa, the question is about wahatri. We feel empathy for the people. Yes, we do. We naturally do. But this card has been overplayed by the women for years, though. If you look at the Western world, you know how much women claim the man raped them and never raped them. And we went to prison.
You can also say there's a lot of women that haven't come forward that never ever came.
Yeah, no, of course, both ways. You're obviously right. You can say both, but the card has been overplayed. So sometimes you might get some guys being negligent and
suspicious,
not paying attention to pain, but they just jump and say, "What? Is she for real? Is she for real, bro?" You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So you do get people like that, but not all men are like that. I would never say that to anyone who's in pain. I don't care if you, oh, I just fallen. Oh, I'm sorry. How do you feel? You don't go around saying ha ha ha, you fallen. You know what I'm saying? That's stupid. You don't go laugh at the person. Yeah, you don't laugh at the person. You help the person. What? You're not gonna help them. You're not gonna. First thing we ask is, are you all right? Are you all right? You know what I'm saying? So that is the difference between the people. There's certain people who just walk away or laugh, and there's certain people who will help people. So you can't judge all men. You can't say all men. You have to say some men. Just like I'm saying some women.
No, I agree. Because I'm not going to. There is women that would lie about this. 100%. These things happen. That's true. I agree.
Yeah, so some men do actually jump and judge the women harshly and not actually feel the pain. Yes, they do. I'm not going to say they don't, but some men don't either. Some men actually feel the pain and empathize with her.
And do you think, how can we, because these things happen, do you think we should educate our young teenage boys from early? Because we don't have these discussions with our children regarding, how to treat the opposite sex, and obviously Muslim we should get married regardless. But is this a conversation that
regardless whether you're
mothers
married
and fathers should have with their children?
Yeah, it's true. Of course, it's part of the learning curve. But to be honest, whether they're married or not, they're always going to have to deal with the opposite sex. Your manager could be your opposite sex. You have to treat it a certain way. You don't know what's going to happen to you. You know what I'm saying? So not only when you're married, but the things we're talking about is the rape and stuff like that. Yeah. Of course, it's haram. All kids should know this. All kids should know this, regardless of how old they are or where they're from. You know what I'm saying? All kids should know this. It's haram. It's not permissible. It's against our beliefs, and it's not nice to cause such a pain to a human being. You know. So to educate them from a young age, yes, I agree with you. It would be ideal. It would be an ideal situation.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's something we should normalize, because we don't talk. Well, I never got told anything. Do you know, like as a young woman growing up. So I think it's something that we should normalize and have these conversations with our children. That's what I think, anyway.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
No,
What do you think
no,
of that? Yeah.
everything we teach ourselves or everything we learn, you know, anaga dhaqankii hore, ku soo koray dhaqankii hore, it was hard for us to learn things. We had to learn on our own. You can't go to your mom and dad say, how do I do this and how do I do that? Sometimes you have to go outside the box and find out yourself. Because the older generation, they were not open like that. But we grew
I
up in
agree.
a, yeah, we grew up in a place where we are open to the situation. So our kids should not have that fear. They should approach us with any problems they have, you know, or any doubts or any learning curves they need to be taught, you know. We're more open than our parents were. You know what I'm saying? So it depends on the individuals also as well because you have to be friends with your kids in order for you to feel everything or they share everything with you. You have to be good friends with them.
Yeah, you can't just be a parent, bro.
Yeah,
School kid,
absolutely.
get on my whole higher. Well, that is right, bro. They just gotta feel comfortable to tell you whatever issue that may be going on in their day-to-day life, like where school could die. And if you just gotta have a good relationship with them at the end of the day.
Yeah, so you have to be like that open-headed guy. You can't be narrow-minded. And every time
I
they
could
come
board
with
them.
something wrong, you don't
See,
slap
see,
them. You don't slap them or you don't say this is wrong. No, you explain the reason why it's wrong. You tell him that because this is who we are and this is what we represent. We can't do it this way. We do it this way. So the kid's more likely to come to you again second time and ask you again. But if you really get confrontational with him, like you come out of the blue, you just jump him, it's a different story. He might not come back to you and ask you again.
Mm.
And can I have 1 minute? And I'd like to rectify something. And I'm no authority on the subject of Islamic law and whatever. And concerning the the surah that I was quoting, it was, and as for those it was about illegal intercourse. It's 4:15, and it's about illegal intercourse, not even about rape. And so I probably misspoken there, and I'm not a qualified lawyer or anything like that in this in regards to Islamic law, etc. That's it. I just like to clarify that.
But thank you for the clarification.
Well,
At
my
least
son,
you're a big man. Well, you're a big man to admit it, you know.
Okay.
well, my son to Musa Rigedi. Yeah, carry on, guys.
Yeah, so I hope that answered your question, Fa.
No, yeah, that did. Thank you, guys.
So when do you reckon we should start teaching them?
I think from a very young age, to be honest. Me personally, I've got 2 boys, alhamdulillah, but don't get me wrong, I've not spoke to them about
Inshallah, sister.
intercourse or anything like that, but I think from a young age what I started doing was talking to them about their body. So their private body parts only belongs to them. No one else should see it. No one else should touch you inappropriately. Funny story, one time when my son, I think he was about 3 years old, his auntie, he was in the toilet. So and then he started screaming, he goes, "No, you can't touch me." And then she shocked, she's like, "No, how Edo, I'm just one comedy. But yeah, I think it's very important to make a child aware of their body and that it just belongs to them. And if anything happens, for instance, when they go to school or when they're outside, or even like people coming into the house, you can't trust anybody. That's just my personal opinion. For them to be
That's true.
comfortable,
100% I agree.
for them to be
100%.
comfortable to come to me. And what I sort of did was, and even if what I used to say to them back then was, even if you don't feel comfortable coming to me, you can go, to Abba or to a school teacher or whatever, but just make sure you tell somebody. And I think it should start, personally, I think talking about the body just in general from a very early age, just so that they're aware. And even like Islamically, you know, don't get changed in front of people, go to a private room, you know, like have haya, and it all
Yeah, but
falls
this
in
in this
together.
in this in this place they don't do that. I grew up in this place where I went to the secondary schools. The locker room, man, just go and change, and we all have shower all of us same time because there's a couple of showers there. It's
Best
not just
believe my
one
son,
shower.
my son goes football. Never, he won't. Even one time they had to get changed, like just outside on the field. You just saw all the kids. No, like he hid. And this is something that I sort of told him from, you know, when you start from young, it stays with the person. Like you know, it stays with the child. They understand and explain why. You know, Ilahi, you know, told us put clothes on. You know, you should cover yourself, and these are your, you know, this is your body. You should look after your body, and you know, just things like that. I think it's very important. And then obviously when they become teenagers, talk to them about you know, how to treat women, and it just is a lot. But I think it should start from an early age. Just that's just what I think personally.
Yeah, okay, that's an opinion. Anyone else got an opinion? Ahmed?
I agree with her 100% walaalo, because aniga my daughter now waxay jirtaa 7, so exactly what FA just did, that's exactly what I did. Obviously I spoke about two ma doonin dhahe alaabta interka ka kacda, kama hadlin interka, laakiin obviously private parts iyo waxaasi waan u sheegay
Yeah, of course, well, natural.
qofkana qofkana ma arki karo, hooyada iyo aabaha keliya ta mooyaan iyo walaalka kaa yar, laakiin sida kale qofna yaanu kaa taabanin, wixii kaa taabto waa dangerous waanaad ii sheegtid. Sida kale laakiin qofna ha tusin, waa privatekaagii, keep it to yourself, that's it. Simple. Waa loo sheego markay yar yihiin walaalo. Why? Because they're vulnerable.
100%. Yeah.
Especially waa inan marka waa vulnerable, especially hadday ay ciyaarka la ciyaarayso ama iskuulka ee namada iyo waxaasi. I don't know, waa lasii diyaariyan, waa in loo sii sheego, iska alaali. Hadday waxaa dhaco macalinka u sheeg, ana ii sheeg. We have to take that serious.
Yeah, but as a parent, when he approaches you and he says, and you're picking him up from school or wherever, and or he
Yeah.
comes home and he tells you emotionally, how does that make you feel though?
Well, hypothetically, if it happened, but
Yeah, hypothetically, yeah. Inappropriate touching, not just nothing serious, just
I'll
inappropriate.
panic. I will panic. Wallah. Laakiin panicking wuxuu noqonayaa wala rule number 1, ciyaalka weligaa lagama bajiyo. Or don't make them feel like it's their fault. Waa la waraystaa, is it really? Waa la soo dhaweeyaa, hadalkooda la soo dhaweeyaa, waa la waraystaa, dhintooda si yaroo degan baa lagu sheegaa. Wuxuu dhacay waa khalad. Marka we have to do something about it. Macalinkaaga i tus, macalinkaaga u sheegayaa. Marka waalidkana dhacisid, it's not your fault. Adigu khaladka ma lihid. Marka yes, because
You wouldn't go down all guns blazing to the school, yeah.
si yaroo degan walaal, si yaroo degan. Ila Ingiriiskana joogaan lama qalqali kare. Waxaan dhahaysna wariyaa inaad yaa taabtay soo baxaa biin cune. Walaal wuxuu dhaa wallah. Ninka waalaya soo diray baan dhahaya. Walaal si yaroo fiican baa loola hadlaa. Iskuulka warning weyn baa la siiyaa. Waxaana ina kana itus inatayda waxaan dhahayaa iskuulka ka saara wallah. Ina kana digana waa dangerous, waa in meesha laga kaxayba. Waxayna ka dumarka taabanaya. So anyways, yeah. Cut long story short, bro, and I agree with FA. Why loo sheego from young, bro.
Yeah, that's a good idea, man.
Waliba dumarka. Yeah, especially
weliba
girls.
habla, yeah, no, I agree. I agree,
especially
because
girls,
they're
wallah.
very vulnerable at that age. Very.
Yeah,
Now the
especially
girls naturally they pick up. They have to be different to the boys. At the beginning they're normal, but there's certain age when the girl hits, she knows she's not like the boys. She's always, more cautious, taking care of herself. It comes naturally to them. The cautious side of life. The cautious side of life, it comes naturally to them.
Yeah, 100%, bro. While tomorrow, they mature quicker than boys.
Yeah, but we're very quick, bro. Very quick. I know. I have 2 boys as well. I have 2 boys. Both of them, I had that conversation with them. Well, my oldest one when he was 6, and my youngest one when he was 5. And since then, alhamdulillah, we've been on the righteous path so far.
Mashallah, mashallah. May Allah guide them onto the right path.
Yeah,
all of them, all of the children. Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
like we grew up in Greece, yeah, and
yeah,
our father, like, he worked hard because we came from a country where we had everything, and then we lost it, and then we came here. It's time from the beginning again. So he didn't have
yeah,
much time for us. He was working 12 hours. You know, the lifestyle we lead now. You know, we're trying to
yeah.
avoid. Yeah, you know. So we all studied and stuff. Blah, whatever happened. But what I'm saying is, I learned the day is got 24 hours in it,
صح.
and the 24 hours you can break it down into three. It's 8 hours for the family, 8 hours for work, and 8 hours, you know, for sleep. So that's how the whole day is broken.
صح. And like back to the end, the question that FA asked, the older generation, well, I'm not gonna lie to you, they were a bit horrid. So waxaasoo kale lagama hadli karin waana waa ka baqi jirnay talo may nagu
Yeah,
qaynanayaan
even
mayna
markay
dilayaan
dhacaan waa
may
hoosta la
nacaynayaan
gelin jiray.
ha
Even
mayna
markay dhacaan
canaananayaan
hoosta la gelin jiray, waa la qarin jiray, ma la rabo in laga hadlo. You don't even want to face it.
ha
The
walaalo
older
markaa
it's very difficult.
لكن alhamdulillah this generation now walaalo we are more open, that's the word, we're more open in markaa waan fahamnay markaa yeah we're much different
No,
than our previous generation.
And we need
And
to
more
change,
open.
you know.
We are more open as well. We're willing to
Yeah.
share the pain we experience.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And you know, we just need to have these conversations, and people can learn. Waxba like, you know, people can learn from each other. Like, oh, how you do things, and you know, well, waxba like, you know, we can share
على
ideas
كل
and
فايدة
learn from each
على
other.
كل فايدة
Yeah,
سنقر.
yeah.
This is why I feel like these conversations need to be had. Because if
Yeah,
this
Yeah,
is happening, I
100%,
don't want to.
bro.
Because you know it is when.
Oh, you give us your input then.
I'm saying, you know, remember back in the day, كان جريسكا كان عدي شكيت متشلعة. Okay, وحملكوا حقوقيين, you know the ones, and they kept it quiet, and it exploded, and then how the whole Muslim ummah had to take this sort of bullshit. You know the ones.
The L, yeah, the L.
We had to get. No, sometimes I feel like communities. The thing is, especially migrant communities, it's the shock factor. I feel like sometimes.
Where the
You need
Asian
to
community
overcome.
oo gabdhaha groom-gareynayeen iyo waxaas.
Ha walaalo.
Yeah, I remember that. But up to come on, man. Do you know how many people were before them, or and Asian or Adana Hanjiri or different colors?
But we're not talking about that. I'm saying forget Adani Waha. I'm talking about our community.
We're not
facing our thing.
No,
I
know.
But you need to understand
An Islamic way, yeah.
No,
We're
not
not
even
an Islamic
Islamically.
country.
Dadkan waa cadaan, wadankoogii joogaan. So for them to have rag ajnabiya that came, like, you think of it, adoo Somali jooga rag cadaan hablo yaryar oo Somali, you're gonna be pissed off, you're gonna be angry. And these Adams, they were angry with habloogii yaryaraa, they in wadankoogii joogaan. They feel like raggan Muslim sheeganaya, these were old men. They were not little boys. May have little teenage boys that are around the same age as these girls. Warig Wawain, they have families, they have children themselves at home. And then they're out there doing this to little Adan girls. They specifically chose, because there's so many girls. Why specifically just
I know.
Adan vulnerable girls? Like, what? It's disgusting. And I don't care if you're Muslim, I don't care if you're white, I don't care if you're black, I don't care if you're Somali. Uskaga wala sheega. I don't care. Maxaa loogu qarinaya? Take the uskad, like I said earlier, gurigaaga uskaga waad ka tuurtaa, ma kudaafada dibadda ku tuurtaa, kudaafada iska tuura, waxa kudaafada oo dhan tuura, dibadda kusoo tuura. Wallahi, maxaa loogu qarinaya? It's disgusting, and they should be punished for their actions, because when they're doing it, they're not thinking of the consequences. They're actually having the best time.
Word.
So,
waa laga hadlo wallahi bilaa warartaada marka waxa weeye in Soomaaliya meesha soo gala ilaaha may waa khalad iyo witnesses iyo waxaas waa la saaro waana walaal waxa waa laga hadlo waa serious marka
I think some of the brothers don't understand. Sometimes it's like, cool. You see, especially with that, you know, that sister story, innit? Yeah. I'm not trying to scream out for witnesses. I'm just saying, what the shouldn't we have attention to play, to listen to it?
Yes.
It? And I think the dismissive culture is what we need to get rid of. But if it happens in between family, I'm not saying
you all know from back in the days. If you go back to the olden ages, go back to or dadka naga horeeya oo kale, for example, you know that shit happens, bro. Genuinely, it does happen. People do, parents occasionally do force a daughter or to get married to someone she doesn't want to get married to. waxaa la dhahaa dhaqan celis weeyaa la dhihi jiray xataa waagi hore. Wallahi bilahi, they used to say waa dhaqan celis. Naagta intii dhaqan celis oo lagu celinaya markaasa nin kale lasoo aroorsan jiray in Somalia. That's
For
what they
real.
used to do, bro.
It's messed up. It's messed up. Like now we're
Yeah.
aware of it. Well, now we
Yeah,
know
but
that type
I'm
of behavior is
not doing it
unacceptable.
without pain, and I'm actually, she has the courage to come up and share it with us on an open TV. Wallahi, you have to give it. It takes a lot of guts to do that.
Okay.
Benefit of doubt, bro.
Let's get into that aspect in it, yeah. When the sister came out and she came out with a story like that, and you're saying, yeah, but she had guts. Certain people are
Wallahi, she had
slaying
guts
her.
to
Certain
share it.
people are ripping the sister apart from just telling her story. These are the angles I wanted to get into.
But they don't want to know because they don't know how to deal with that. It shocked them, you know. They weren't expecting that. But when she dropped it like that, and then she said it like that, and you look at her, you know, you can imagine. Do you know how long you have to sit down to come up with a lie like that? Do you know how long it takes for you to come up with a lie like that, you know, and sell it like that, bro? It takes a lot. So, but when you look at her face and you see the way she's dropping it, bro, something happened, you know. Definitely something happened, and it took a lot for her to come out and say it openly on a video, bro. Share it with the whole world as well. You know the backlash. You think she don't know how much people are backlashing her? If you go to her video and check the video she shared, you will see how many messages are being left for her, bro. But yet she still came out though, knowing that. So that took a lot. That took a lot. You know, it took a lot from her to come out like that.
Well, you know what I think? I think it's childish, immature. Never judge a person that quick. Wallah, you never know how they're rushing. How they're take over when them be wallah. Scoff is scared. I try now community together. I mean, it's nah, man. You can't be that quick. Wallah, you have to just the benefit of doubt, bro. If it's true, it's true. But to me, watching that video, wallah, something did happen. I can tell. It might be little pieces missing, like what went down.
She wants justice. She didn't ask for justice. She just was telling her story to raise awareness, or maybe that was her way of letting it all out. I don't know, but I don't think she.
No,
maybe
that's her way of dealing with it, of venting. You know, this is her way of taking a revenge back by sharing it. Some people who say the community. Why is the community being judged on one action? I don't understand that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Are we not bigger than the one action or the one mistake that took place? Are we not bigger than that? Of course. Up to we can't go around all Christianity are shit because they tried to kill Yehudi, Wagi, or Holocaust because Hitler was a Christian, bro. So we didn't say that, did we? We didn't go around saying that. Why is our community being judged on one action, one man's mistake, one idiot's mistake, you know? We shouldn't be that vulnerable as a community. We should be stronger than her. We should be helping her rather than accusing her of ruining the community.
Why do you think that is? Go ahead, Mystery.
Khaled, I was gonna say, can you post the video in the private chat? I want to search. I want to look at it. Look at something.
Video.
The video about the girl.
Okay. I'll copy and send it to you.
And there's another thing as well, guys. Yeah, hey, the other cultures, for example, if it was a bad girl, I guarantee you will have her community will back it to the end. Allah, wow, how can die? Like
even if she was lying, well, they would back it to the end. You're right, Ahmed.
Wallahi, they were back it. You know, they were back it. Waxa weeye waa victim baa la Allah khalad baan dhacay. Well, don't hunt that guy down. How about that, mate? They'll hunt him down. Hala soo qabto weeye. BBC Panorama meesha soo gelaya. I think Somalis we're more concerned about our community and ceebta waxaasi. Nah, man.
Yeah, but every ceeb oo dhacdo haddii la qariyo, how big is the community? Like or how vulnerable is our community? It's so fragile. It's like an eggshell, isn't it? We should be bigger than that. We should be bigger than that.
It's in the back chat for you. Yes. Musa.
Yo,
Salam alaikum. You came back for the third time. Yo,
Yeah,
you come
yeah,
here
yeah.
to ask me this question here. I wanted to answer it, but I couldn't get time to put the chat in. I've spoken about this numerous times. I could bring you up the streams. I could send it to you in privately if you want. Me speaking about this numerous positivity. Spoke about
The
this
girl, but
100 times.
the girl's marriage wasn't an arranged marriage. It was forced.
Yeah, it was
There's
forced.
forced marriage and then there's arranged marriage. It's complete two
And
different things.
actually, and
Do
it's
we agree
arranged.
with that? Do we agree with that?
At firstly, is arranged, and then if he disagrees, then it becomes forced. So it is
Ah.
technically an arranged
But
marriage.
sometimes she
disagreed.
she
She already
no,
said
she
she
didn't
disagreed.
she
So-
didn't
so-
disagree. Technically, she didn't disagree. However, she wasn't given a choice to say no. She wasn't in a safe space for her to say no. If someone
I
was in a
think
safe
she
space,
said no.
No, she did say no.
She-
She did
Yeah,
say
she
no.
said
Well, wait till it.
She said no.
Oh, did she say no? Okay, sorry, I missed
Yeah.
that bit. I missed that bit.
That makes it forced.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
forced,
it
bro.
becomes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah. So basically, and it's the same thing, and well, not all arranged marriages and not all forced marriages are classified as arranged marriages. For instance, you can have someone that he met like by herself, and then like later on he forces her into marriage. So not all arranged marriages are forced marriages. Not all forced marriages are arranged marriages.
Forced marriage and an arranged marriage were two different things.
It's two
Yeah,
different
but in this
things. Yeah.
case, it's both. In this case, it's both.
But it becomes forced by the time you know to disagree, and she's not happy. But
Yeah,
the other Maya, then yeah.
Yeah, but that arranged marriage at the beginning, markii lagu agree say that was an arranged marriage. But when it became
I don't
forced,
think she
that-
agreed.
that-
I don't
it
think
left
she
her.
even. I don't think she even wanted to get married. When she went there, she didn't intend to go there and get married. That was like me. Like when I went over to Doug and Ellis, they tried to get me married so many times.
Yeah, of course.
So we
I'm
got this
telling
girl,
you,
we got this girl, we
all
got
it.
this girl. Like, and I was like, I'm too young. I
Your
can't be
mom,
getting married.
no,
at 13.
God bless our parents, all our parents. Yeah, they do make. They're humans. They all make mistakes. They didn't know how to deal with the characters in we were becoming. Some of us got sent back home saying what like an Ellis, and then shit happened. This is their way of dealing with it. Do you know what I'm saying? This is how they
Yeah.
dealt with it because they did not understand the characters we were becoming or what we were
No.
taking on.
The main reason why we mostly don't want to get married when we go back there is because of our age. Like I was only like 13. Like I didn't want to get married at 13, even though the girls were hot and shit. But I didn't want to get married. I didn't want commitment at that age. That was crazy.
Yeah, I hear that. 13 is too young. Definitely. 13 is, wow. You have the whole life ahead of you, bro.
What at the age of 13?
Yeah. The girls were like 18, 20. It was madness.
Crazy ball.
Would
Yeah,
you-
like,
would
you
you-
need to
would
speak
you
about
class
it.
that as
grew up
abuse?
fast. I basically grew up fast, basically.
Yeah, that's
I
another
was-
form
I
of
hit
sexual
puberty at
abuse.
13, basically.
Musa, can I
Yeah,
ask
but
you a
that's
question?
another form of sexual abuse, though.
Would you class that as abuse?
No,
A
Because
13-year-old
at
is
13,
an 18-year-old.
I would class it as like trying to like and
Emotional
encourage them
abuse.
yeah, like they're trying to encourage you to do it even though you don't want to do it. That's what I
Yeah,
would
it's
class it.
emotional. Wallah, it's emotional abuse. That one there. But maskaxda laga galayna.
Yeah, but they wasn't
So-
that hard on
so
me.
it's-
They were just like, yo, there's this girl that wants to. They were just like that. It was that simple. It wasn't really
Ah,
like.
that's different. Yeah,
but
the added
me
has to do.
personally, as a mother, if I heard someone say that to my 13-year-old child, I would be fuming. How dare
I
you?
like we're from the
Because-
West.
Yeah,
Somalian.
exactly.
Okay, yeah,
I
guess,
reckon in
yeah, I
Somalia
guess
we're
so.
عادي. Does
It's
that
a
make
normal
sense?
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess so.
So
I'm not looking at it from
for
that.
us,
Yeah.
for us, well, it'll be hell no. Hands up where you want to go. Like in Somalia, we don't know what to them. What we're عادي be like 13-year-old,
Yeah.
14-year-old.
No, but you hear stories about 14-year-old got married, has a kid, at 16, and he's still with his wife and everything. Nothing went wrong. But then you hear the other stories, like a 14-year-old got married and the shit happened, and he has 5 kids. At 17. You know what I mean? So it's all messed up. There's no way a 13-year-old or a 14-year-old can do what a 20-year-old is not willing to do in the West. A 20-year-old in the West is not willing to get married at 20. He reckons it's too much responsibility for it. Why would you force that on a 13-year-old or 14-year-old back home?
The thing you gotta understand from their point of view as well is like they don't want you to like and be committing zina or like leaving the culture to the West and like doing the things the Western people do. Basically, they don't want.
But there's people who don't do that. Okay, you can admire but you don't have to go through it. You know, you don't have to go through with it. There's people who actually wait until they get married, bro. Well, there's people strong enough, Imam, because I think strong enough that they wait until they get married. I know it became a culture in the West where, oh, you're virgin, like it's a bad thing, and then some of us started lying about it, even though they didn't do nothing.
In my opinion, and them trying to like find you, say a 13-year-old went over there or 14-year-old, and them trying to like find him a partner, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's a good thing as long as they don't force it. As long as they don't like excessively encourage it and stuff, I think it's okay. They can do it.
What?
Let them do it.
What? At that age? At that age, what?
Okay. Let me rephrase that. I meant when they hit puberty. Because I hit puberty at that age, I grew up very young. But when they hit puberty, basically.
But do you think? Don't you think someone at that age is very impressive?
For boys,
you know,
for boys, not for probably not for girls, but for boys.
No, but do you not think a 13-year-old? Do you think he's got the capacity to make the right decision for himself? Or because at 13 I was running around on the playground and I'm like 13.
I didn't even think about Wahalan.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't even thinking about this stuff at 13.
That's because you probably didn't hit puberty that young.
No, we're talking about puberty. I'm talking about marriage. I was thinking about, ooh, that looks nice. That looks nice. That's it.
What age are we talking? What age are we talking? Musa Walala. Take out this idea roughly, hypothetically. What age?
And me, I grew up fast, but I would say when they hit puberty. So it's like I don't know when you guys hit puberty. Like when did you guys?
No. When I'm asking you what.
I hit puberty early.
That's the average. That's the average.
I hit puberty way too early. I hit puberty way too early, but I don't know about other guys.
When? Cool. Roughly, I'll throw a number out there.
That's the average. That's the average.
And 16, 17, I think that's when normal Western boys hit puberty, right?
Sah.
Yeah.
What age? No, get to the point. Get to the point. What age are they calling this? That's all I want to know.
Yeah, about that age when they hit puberty.
14, that's the average. 13 to 14. Yeah.
Wallahi, that one there is outdated back there. Wali waa ciyaal way yaryar yihiin. Saddex toban anu markaa jiray kubadda ka taba carri jiray banooni. Dumar iyo waxba lagu guurinaya iyo never in my mind. Kubad you're still young, bro. Yeah, braces behind on that age. In English, I don't know about Somali. It's still uniform. Yeah, school, wallah.
What age did you hit puberty?
Wallah, I don't know. I don't want to lie to you, bro. I don't remember.
Would you say 17 is the average age? Would you say 17 is the average age?
Huh?
I started wearing deodorant at 15, so that's when I hit puberty, I believe, bro.
Mine would have been at least 15, 15,
16. Let's go in the middle and say 16. If a 16-year-old goes back there and they're encouraging, it's sort of like lightly trying to like link him up with girls. Is that okay?
I wouldn't say it's not okay.
No. Wait. It depends on the parenting and the character. It depends on the unage kuxidhantahay isa loo soo koriyey. Come on, bro. Tell me something else.
And also, can he provide for the family he's about to have? Can he provide?
Being from the West, probably not. But he can go back. I've actually got a cousin. I've got a cousin, yeah. He I think when he was like 18, 19, he went back to Somali and got married.
Okay, I understand that he got married. So what happened?
He's all right. He's doing well. He's
doing
back
well.
here. His wife's back. His wife is back in Somalia.
You know what? Shout out to you though. Like in Somalia, they're more mature. They take on more responsibilities. In the Western world, we're different.
Because they're forced to grow up at a young age. They are forced to grow up at a young age because the reality
Yeah,
is,
get a job. Yeah.
yeah, the reality is very quick.
Yeah, yeah.
So that one there.
What happened to a 20-year-old is acting like an 18-year-old, bro? Come on, man. The 25-year-old is acting like a 20-year-old in here.
How 18-year-old, 19-year-old.
Go pass me that remote control. You said to your dad, you got legs too.
I think it depends on the person. But I think 13 is way too young. 13 is definitely way too young. Maybe
FA, but you need to understand you need to understand Somali is different. Somali, wallahi, they're so mature. Well, say if they speak to you, you will think you're speaking to a grown-ass man. They're more mature.
I'm not talking about someone that's 13 that is over there. I'm talking because he was saying that he like someone from here that goes back home at 13.
That's wrong. That's wrong. Yeah. That's definitely wrong. Come on, man. What can you offer your family?
Yeah, that's wrong. Because mentally, you need to be in that environment. So you need to, like,
I agree with
Somalia.
man like Faz. You have to assess by case situation. Like every individual is different, basically. If he hit puberty, if he's mentally ready, etc. Like some people just grow up quicker than some other people, you know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true as well. And me personally, I got married at 19. I was very young when I got married, but I wouldn't advise anyone else to do the same thing. You know,
it's hard. You know,
it's hard. It's hard. Too early. But yeah, it just depends on the person. But 13, that's why I was like.
Yeah, but shouldn't there be like a cutoff age? I mean, 13 is too young.
And
after Somalia need to change the law.
In Somalia, and like most of my peers here, the ones I was going Udsi with, they already had the jobs. They was already working. Like they worked at the farm where I was and stuff like that. And most of them are literally already working.
Life, it's not a life work though, bro. Come on, man. Working in the farm, earning a few bucks. It's not.
No, they were working and studying. That's why I said Udsi. They would go Udsi, and then later they would go on to like a college kind of thing. But they would still be working while they're doing that. That's literally
still too young, though. It's still too young.
And for them, not exactly. For them, not exactly. Like for example, when I went over to the me, believe it or not, it was my nephew. He was guiding me and showing me around the place. He was herding the girl and everything. Like to me, he looked like a bigger man than me, and I'm his uncle, literally. And he was a bigger man than me. Well, I'd be like, I'm not even chatting shit. Like you guys underestimate how quickly they grow up over there. They grow up very, very.
It's different because down there is no rainbow. They're not spoiled for choice. They don't have to experience the world. They don't have to. You're born. That's it. You grow up. You reach puberty. Then you get out of my house. You get married. You get a job. You study. Do whatever you have to do. That is how they're being pushed. And besides, look, all the parents back home. Look, the average is like 4 or 5 kids. You know what I'm saying? Down here is different, man. You got more patience, more time for your kids because you're only going to end up maximum you're going to do. The best of us will do about 5 here. It's very rare you see 7 or 8 family.
Why the heck the one I was busy there?
Over here, their mentality is too like adapted to want to stay young for too long. You know, they want to like just keep having fun and kind of thing. Like they don't want responsibilities too early. That's why
they see it in their face what responsibility looks like. They see it in front of them every day.
Exactly, and they can't take it. Exactly.
Why
over there they can take it. Over there they can take it. Over there they can take it, and it's cheaper over there. Like
I forget over there.
What they're earning
forget over there.
They can and provide a living with. Go on.
Yeah, for a minute, Walala. Let's talk here. If they're not ready, Walala. There. Simple as that.
In here,
let them finish the uni. Yeah,
you're very lucky if your son gets married at 22 in this country, bro. You're very lucky, man.
Allah.
I got married at 26. I ain't gonna lie.
Are kids even allowed to be kids in Somalia? Do they even have that option? To be
no, there's no option like that. There's no such thing as that. There is no such a thing as a kid. What? You know, the kids are growing up too fast. That's
What
not kids,
are you
man.
saying? What are you saying? When they're 6-year-olds, they're already carrying a suitcase. Yeah,
They're already carrying suitcases. It's fucking
I
crazy,
think
man.
he's playing with it a bit too much, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
والله it makes sense. It's the truth. I swear to God. What dugsiga ka soo baxa marka ka soo baxay iskuulkii dugsiga toos u taga haddaad u tagin waa ogaanaya baa lagu leeyahay. The kid is not even allowed to run around and say hello to his friends. Yeah, it's a tough world. It's a tough world. It's a tough upbringing. It's like.
But I think that will change over time. That will change with over time. I think that will change. You know,
That's
as
why they have no imagination when they
society
grow up.
changes.
When they grow up, that's why they're narrow-minded, because they haven't experienced nothing. They just got thrown into the deep end of the sea, and they had to learn to swim quickly. That's it. Because they don't know how to go to the shore. They don't know how to play with the water. They don't know what's in the sea. They just went in the deep end and they learn how to swim. That's it. They don't know nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So it's very difficult. That's why they don't have imagination. That's why they cannot talk to their kids tomorrow. That is why things like this, when they happen, they brush it under the carpet because they don't want to know what naga xumeyn in magaalada, naga xumeyn magaca. You know,
You
sometimes
just made a good point.
when
You just
things
made a
like that
beautiful
happen,
point. No
yeah,
dreams. There's
no
no
dreams,
dreams. Good point,
nothing,
Solomon.
no ambition, no nothing. And here we teach them differently. We try to nurture the brain. We try to give them intelligence. We try to let them know between black and what's right and wrong. You know, it creates a character, but down there is no character. There's a human being. Yeah, Wu Kore, he's a matured young man, but he has no character.
Do you think that will change though over time? Wadanka hadu hagaago, you know, dowlad
I,
fiican, you know,
I hope so.
channel. Yeah, I think it will change over time. Education, it will. I think it will change.
I hope so.
Yeah, hopefully.
Inshallah.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
will
hopefully.
gradually as time comes. It
Yeah,
will.
inshallah. Anything's possible. Because back in the days, if you look at the back in the days, the Babylon times, the Khalifa times, the Khalijash, wagi hore hata, wallahi, the education was important. To educate oneself or to teach his kids, it was very, very important.
But you know the saddest thing is though, yeah. Hey, anaku ayaga waxaan u haysanaa dad aanan knowledge iyo aan wax baran iyo they need to see life more. Ayaguna they see us the opposite. You know that. Haddaa Soomaaliya tagtid they see us as dad ayagu ayna dhaamaan. Like mentally, qalbigooda. The more mature, like
they don't understand what you're talking about. What you're sharing with them is like something that doesn't make no sense to them. They think they're more mature than you. But they don't know you're talking about something they don't understand.
And we can learn from each other because they've got the culture, they've got the dakan, you know, we can learn from them as well in that aspect. And there's things that they can learn from us. I think it goes both ways, to be honest.
No,
but it doesn't. It doesn't. They're narrow-minded. Remember, wallahi, they're narrow-minded. Waxa lagu dhahayaa ruuxii gaalada ka bartaan ka meesha loo keeni baa lagu dhahayaa. Waxa lagu qaadaya. So they're narrow-minded. Yeah.
No, well, it's true. He doesn't want to understand the knowledge. You just say, "Waxa gaalada ka soo baratay."
You know how galado they target the arurta. You should target the arurta. Start from the kids, and that's how generations change. I think. You know, sometimes when
more or less,
No. Walala, they're very nationalist people, okay? They're very nationalist. They don't want to hear about another country, another culture. You waxbaad baratay iyo waxa school ka bartay. No. Wuxuuda la saxsan ayaga.
Yeah, absolutely.
Their way or the highway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's miscommunication, I think. It's my family.
Yeah. Marka adiga xagga ku qosashid waxyaalaha qaarkood ay sameynayaan waa lagu fiirinaya mar wuxuu waasho muxuu ku qoslaya lagu leeyahay. Literally, it's funny what's happening. What they're doing to each other is really funny. But when you laugh out loud, and out of blue, out of the whole circle, they're looking. That's it. They don't understand where you're thinking or what you imagine, what level of capacity you're working with, or what you know, how you see this view. They don't see that.
World,
yeah, they only see their view. They're narrow-minded. It's like narrow-minded road.
Yeah, wallahi billah, it's different. Two separate worlds.
It's very difficult to get a nation out of that without, without an investment. You have to have a great investment in their time, وقتي, what time in illegalio, lag in illegalio. You have to put a lot in it. It takes time, but eventually we can get there, inshallah. Well, you have to be hopeful. International, we're hopeful time,
I
Yeah,
was gonna
that's
I was
true.
gonna ask you
Inshallah.
guys, what do you think of like before Somali couples get married, they should have some sort of counseling? What do you reckon?
For what? Counseling
Counseling?
for what though?
For how
For
to
what
treat
though?
each other.
We
How to
had that.
treat
We
each
had
other.
that. We had a whole debate on that, a whole night on that, bro. We had like 3 hours and something on that one night.
Yeah, come another question, Wallah.
Who's it? Premarital, was it premarital counseling?
Council, yeah, you remember that?
Premarital. This is before the marriage, Does that make
Why?
sense?
Yeah, but why before the marriage though? Break it down to me. Why you? Nothing happened yet. So why before the marriage?
No, to let them know what they're getting into. That sort of counseling.
Oh, preparing them. Yeah.
Preparing them is what I meant. Yeah.
I think maybe they should take like a Islamic course on what marriage is Islamically, both of them, and learn, what is expected of a wife Islamically and what's expected of a husband Islamically. But I don't think counseling. I think counseling is a bit extreme. But
That's like
that's what I was thinking.
before the marriage. It's like insurance. You're buying a insurance before the marriage, just to make sure the marriage goes right or something. Hey, nobody has the control over it, bro. You take a chance, you take a risk. It works, alhamdulillah. It doesn't work, alhamdulillah, you try again. That's how life is. You have to take the risk. But I need counseling, I don't agree. But education, yes, I don't mind. There should be a course on marriage for both sex. Yes.
So
there should
what's
be.
the difference between counseling and educating? Isn't it the same?
No, it's not. Counseling is like you're telling them what you can't. You're counseling
Your
it.
issues. Yeah.
You're telling them the issues, and you're actually counseling the issues with them. They didn't even have an issue yet. Nothing happened yet. You're scaring the hell out of them. They might run away, bro.
Yeah, but you're educating them. You're preparing them.
Let me ask you a question though. Like, well, let's say, no, wait. You're educating them. You're preparing them. Like, how do you marry yet? So how do you know that they might agree? Say, yeah, okay, yes to everything. Like, they might disagree later on there. So really and truly, that's pointless.
That's what I'm saying. But if you educate them individually, they're both educated and they took a course on it, or they learned something or a lesson on it, it's different how they react to it. That might help them. That might actually improve the marriage.
Studies have shown like within the first like year and a half to 2 years, that's where the marriage kind of like, that's where tension happens.
The first 5 years, is very hard in marriage.
Nowadays it's like 2 years. It's before
because no one has patience, bro. They break up straight away.
Yeah, but shouldn't you prepare them? Isn't that like some sort of beneficial thing to do?
Yeah, because
what is it you're preparing for? I want to understand. Is it you're learning how to communicate with each other? What is it that you're preparing for?
The battle to win the war.
Yeah.
Yes, sabr, patience.
Battle, yeah. Knowing
Patience,
that marriage is not just about love, educating them about all the other stuff.
Well, marriage dagaal baad ku gashay marka hore just go in there you're ready for war already. You're just like dagaal baad usii gashay.
Because can we guys agree that marriage is like a business? You have to prepare, like it's a financial investment.
I agree. Semi 50-50. I agree with you.
It's not what? When did it become a business? What's going on here, man?
Business business ma Khalid Budi business lama yiraahdo it's not business. And like I understand what he's trying to say.
It's a contract between bro. When you say marriage, a marriage is two people becoming one and creating something beautiful.
Like a contract pass the
reason why I don't like saying a contract is because a contract has expired.
Rules to the game. There's rules to the game. The rules of the game are this and that and this and that. That's it. Simple. Nothing else.
Yeah, but doesn't a contract have an expiry date?
No,
not really. It depends on if it's lifetime.
I think you go to a marriage with the intention of expiration date.
No, I'm getting into the marriage to like as a financial investment.
But why
so
financial? To break it down to me.
No, he's saying I'm going to
what-
invest it for the next 5 years. Next 5 years, I'm
yeah?
going to invest in this marriage. After that, I'm going to expire it because I want to get
No, I
married.
never said that. I never said that, bro. You're just taking my words out of context.
Yeah, but that's what you're trying to say to financial. This is what financial is, though. I'm not going to stick around with financial when things are going down the hill. I'm
No,
only going to say
financially, I'm gonna
financially
prepare
when-
myself for the cost of the whole relationship.
Why? But why? Are you getting married to gain something from? What is the reason you're getting married? Because people get married for
Yeah.
different reasons. It depends why you're getting married.
people
Obviously
get
for
married
legacy
to better
reasons.
themselves.
Most guys get married because of legacy, you know, for their children.
صح؟
But no, most guys get married to better themselves, bro, to have a better life. He's tired of the single life. He can't cook for him. He can't do shit. And he wants someone to talk to when he comes home. He wants someone to share life with. And he wants to do something with someone. Simple. He doesn't want to
But is that the most
leave
important thing, though?
some gene.
Is that the most important thing for a man, though? To like come home and talk to a wife?
No, it's to share a companionship, to have a life, to have a companionship in your life. To be important, to feel like a man, bro, when you come. When you know there's people waiting for you, you know you're a different person, bro.
Yeah, especially children.
Yeah, wallah, you're a different guy, bro. You look forward to these sort of things.
Why
Like
don't
you look
What
forward to
happened?
going
What happened to
on
love,
a
guys?
Friday.
What happened to love? People get married for love.
So what I
Is
love
the
don't last
person you
forever.
get?
Yeah, but isn't love
It doesn't.
overrated?
Love
It
which
doesn't
تعال
last
خلينا
guy?
نشيء.
forever. No,
People
it
do
doesn't
get
last
married,
forever. But I'm
love.
saying he's saying in the beginning when he's getting married, would you not want to be? And even if you're not in
Of
love with
course.
that person, would you not want to fall in love with your wife? You know,
Yes.
love is a beautiful thing. I love love. So
Of course.
what is it with this contract? Whatever, you know.
ها كهلا واحد horta financial واحد financial كانوا فاهمينه. But business بقى نقدر يسمعك. You open a
No,
shop
it's
with it.
a financial investment, Bukiri. A financial
Yeah, a
investment does
financial
not last a
investment. Because
lifetime.
well, obviously the children لعقوا أنا قلت لهم وقتها like school كودا like
Yeah, that's the written
دخلوها.
law. How لا صعد لكن ولا لكن that's the written law. You have to anyways. هي. So where does this come from then? You have to anyways. إذا عيال كان جيه.
You want to have kids and not be responsible for them.
No, but obviously you have to. Sometimes you know when people get married, they don't think of that. It hits them by a surprise once they have like 2 kids. Oh shit! I wasn't expecting it to be this hard. Obviously, getting a
No.
first-hand knowledge isn't it better if they
No,
get
that's
like a first-hand knowledge?
that is someone
don't
who
make sense.
went in like wow. That
Okay,
fool.
let's
That's a
put it this
fool.
way, yeah. Imagine you saved up, you have all the money for your kids, you are set for life, and then ناك تقول ستي ما بيسفهميسين. What's the point?
Where Allah. That's true. Where Allah.
Yeah, ما
Where the
بيسفهميسين. I think
Where
the
the
most
Allah?
important thing
You
is
change. You
قف
change.
تفهموا
Straight away you
أكثر.
change
Yeah.
and you go get one that's family son. Because you already done most of the work. You saved for everything. So you get rid of this one and you just go get another one that understands your or on your same wavelength.
So you're saying it's better to just get rid of that person. Than
No, to be
figure it
honest.
out.
No, listen, there's no reason why two people should make each other miserable. If it's not working, it's not working. Do you understand? It's not working, it's not working. So let's be on
What about
civil
if you have
about
a
it.
child?
Yeah, okay, let's be civil about it. I will not forget about my kids. We will share with the kid. Yeah, let's be the best of friends, please. We just can't be a wife and a husband because it's not working this way. What are you going to teach your kid? To stay in a bad marriage, even though it's a bad marriage. Come on, man. You have to grow up, man. You have to deal with the situation you created or she created.
صح.
Both of you have to deal with it.
And you
I
also
agree with
need
him,
to put
wallahi
your
billah.
trust in Allah. You need to put your trust in Allah, you know, and pray for good.
Yeah,
Pray
but
for
you
good
know
for
the
your
thing is,
family.
before you got married, you were understanding each other. Obviously, something happened. You can work on that. Why should you separate and go your
Not
separate
always.
ways?
وريا لا ما تقانا.
No,
Not always صاحب. Not always. مركز طماع. Sometimes you
it
can,
gets
sometimes
worse.
you cannot. Sometimes you need
Yeah.
to look after your own mental health. مسكحة ولا بتبعد السنة ولا عرتي. تعس كحتك.
caruurta hadda cunugaaga jiranayo cunugaaga would be sick. There's no point that kid you being in that relationship because wuxuu kusoo koraya wax xun uu arkayo aabihi hooyo isku qaylinaya maalin la keeno iscircirsanay bilay isdil you know come on bro. You don't need none of that rubbish, man. You know, you need to be civil about this. There's a kid involved. It's not about you two anymore. So if you cannot get on, let's be honest. Let's be civil about it. Let's, you know, come up with an idea that works for both of us.
But brother, isn't this like a Western mentality?
No, it's not Western mentality.
So, Somali ba wala leeyahay. So Somali ba how many men wala oo imsa dumar guursadanayo. What do you mean?
Way guursadaan laakiin
way kala tagaan. Way kala tagaan. Way kala tagaan. What do you mean?
Beriga hore way kala tagi jiray.
oo waxaad igu leedahay naag la furay oo naag la guursaday naagta wali happy noqonaysa marka oo saddex lagu isku qabaya.
There's a saying in Somali, silac kunar, I forgot what it is, silac kunar, something gursata danto, something like that. I forgot the saying. But why live in sila? You know, ilahay mukoram silac kunar lo. Ilahay give you the option to get divorced. You shouldn't be living in misery and in a toxic
situation. Yeah, but guys,
situation.
Isn't divorce like the last option? You should be
Yeah. No, we're not saying that's the first option. We're saying obviously work through it. But imagine you've tried everything. Let's just say you've tried everything. You've been counseling on a cherry seed. You've done everything. You've got family involved. You did everything, and you still have no understanding with this person. The last option should be to get divorced. It's not.
Obviously. Can I ask you a question? Can you not go into the marriage without thinking about divorce, Adu?
I have to prepare myself mentally.
No, why? For the worst. Prepare for the worst.
No, because you know the saying, prepare for the worst, hope for the best.
Wallahi waragedi, prepare for the worst, hope for the best. Waragedi, we so fikir.
No, because you have to be realistic.
Why are you looking at the negative side of things? Oi, don't you know your actions affect the outcome of the situation? The way you're feeling. No. What has done? You're supposed to leave it in Ilahi Ga'antisa. You're not supposed to worry about it. You have to give it 110%.
Exactly.
But this word of Ilahi Ga'antisa, I don't like that word.
To me, it sounds like you don't trust your judgment.
I'm nervous. What can you do haday naagta laakiin happy aan ahayn inaad furtid? What option have you got then? Adigu happy aad tahay ka tagtid laakiin iyadu ma doonaysid inaad ka tagtid. So what do you do then? Maxaa la sameeyaa?
Obviously we do counseling also.
Maybe counseling iska tahay waxa ku adigu ma barabtaa ku rabaniyo counseling iska happy. Walaal wait a minute counsel tahay. Okay counsel waa tagtayba. Counsel uu shaqeyn waayay. Marka waxa ku leeyahay there's no option left. Adigu waxa tiri finito finish laakiin iyadu ma doonaysid finish happy kama aha. Hay free bay ku leedahay laakiin adigu waa khatiya ba ka tahay. What option do you have?
Okay, hadana ay free waxa ku dhahay okay saan isku bedel marka.
Hadaan istabilina. Let's say for example hypothetically.
Waa kala tagay. Ayda idin furto. Oo way diiday. Marka waxa ku dhahaya waxaan samee. Isbaan isku
Okay, walaala marka waxa ku sugay baqrasa cunugaaga wabka loo isticmaalay wax lagu dhahayo Soomaaliga maad furan ha anigu happy sale kama yihiin in ciyaalkaaga markaysid ardan naagtii waxa meelaha u tagtay soo tag baa dhahay baa ka laga soo xidhanay so that means wana maxkamad tagtay marka dagaal kala ku sugaya so marka paranoid waxa iska dhaafiyay ninka yiri leave it to Allah is the best planner that's it wixii dhacaya hadda
do you say leave it to Allah for everything?
No, you have to give 110%. Your job is to go into that marriage honest, not worrying about divorce or is she going to do bad to me? Nothing like that. Okay? You give it 110%. You are honest with her. You share everything with her. You do everything. And let's see what happens. See if you divorce that woman.
Waria, this guy is a character. Wallah. What did he do? Okay, there's a fight as well. No, you're not listening. One more.
I'm not playing a game.
Okay, one more. I'm just going to throw one more out there, yeah? Let's say there's a boxer ringu galaya wuu dagaatamaya okay cool ma waxa dhahaysa wixii dhacaya caawa hadaan badiyo iyo hadaan badininba I leave it to Allah ma waxa dhahaysa there's no Allah I have to win qasab wala you can't
and that's different a lucky punch can mutaqara you can die from waxa isku mid ma
the walala, you can't plan things in life. Things don't always work out as they're planned, walala, man. Not everything works out as you want it, do you? Then sometimes upside down, sometimes it's all right.
You are not in control. You do not own وقتها. وقتها هذيك مليد. You're not in control. There is no way you can guarantee anything 100%.
Not 100%,
man.
but
There's
I
nothing
have more
guaranteed.
chance of like controlling that situation than me boxing someone.
Allah
You
walala,
cannot.
wallahi, you're
You do
dangerous
not own
guy.
وقتها. وقتها
Allah
you
walala, you're
can't.
dangerous guy.
وقتها هذيك كمليد. You cannot control nothing.
وحد دعيا walala, man. Whatever is meant to be is meant to be, my brother. But you gotta accept it how it
Like if
is.
it's meant to be, then there's no solutions there.
So what are you gonna do, Maka?
Okay, let me put it this way, yeah. Let me put it this way. Maya, let me put it this way, yeah. Other way, Maka, Nola Shada, do you think? Because as human beings, we tend to think that we're in control of our life. We're not. Allah controls everything. Do you think you're not what are you gonna do? You're gonna mentally prepare for that as well.
Well, he's prepared for everything.
Obviously, I'm gonna look both sides of the road, but I'm saying in general, like, what's it called?
Even if you look both sides of the road, what we're trying to say, look, that is really good what you just said. You're gonna look both sides and you cross, but a car just comes flying out of nowhere and hits you. Even though you prepared, things happen in life. And that's the same with marriage. You can prepare as much as you want. You can mount paranoia. You can make everything perfect. But you're going to live in the same house. Things are going to happen. Outside influences might happen. Life happens. Just in general, life happens. So even though you prepared and you took all these counseling sessions with your other half, you guys spoke for hours, you had this whole plan, the plan can come crumbling down. The thing is now when everything comes crumbling down, what happens then is, how do you deal with it then? Are you going to then say, yo, we had counseling sessions, it's not working? No, you just deal with it. You just deal with it the same way you deal with life every day. You just
do you
deal
know
with
how
it.
you judge the strength of a marriage? Do you know how you judge the strength of a marriage? It's when things go wrong, how you both react to it.
Yeah,
as a couple,
at the worst times.
As an individual.
And you don't know how that person is going to react. You don't know. You can't guarantee how that person is going to react. It's just a risk that you have to take.
As a couple, how you react as a couple to the down times. That's what marriage is about, bro. So the good times, you're both loving it. It's a good thing. It's a happening thing, But when something goes wrong, it's how you both act that counts.
And it happens in friendship as well. It's not only just marriage. It's like you can be really good friends with somebody, or you start a business with someone. You don't know how that person is going to conduct themselves once you are in business and there's money involved and there's other things involved. The person can completely change on you. These things happen in life, but we can't be scared and say, you know what, how do I prepare for this and what is going to happen and whatever? Because if we think like that, we would be scared of everything. You would be scared to cross the road. You would be scared to take a risk. In life, sometimes you have to take a risk and just pray to Ilahi and say, you know what, this is good for me. Ilahi, make it easy for me. And if it's bad, Ilahi. That's all you can do. That's all you can do, because you cannot predict the future. Maybe
that's why we have
for you to get, it's just faith. For you, maybe to have 4 wives. Maybe the first wife you get married with, it's not going to work out. You're going to have another wife and another wife after that. But that's not in our hands. That's all been written before we were even born. It's not something that's how the Gala talk. Like they try and overanalyze things and whatever. We don't look at things like that Islamically. Do you know what I mean? And it's not good to think like that. It's very.
So you're telling me it's not good to plan and prepare?
Don't bash him. Don't bash him.
Plan and prepare. Plan and prepare, but you can only do so much planning. You can only plan so much. You even if you plan and prepare, you're never going to be sure. You're never going to know.
Oh, 100%, bro.
No, but you guys, it sounds like you guys want me to close my eyes and just hope for the best.
No, one never said that. One never said that. Keep your eyes open and hope for the best.
Sasha,
No, but you're telling me you leave this to Allah, basically.
the one
No,
I'm happy about adigu niyo. No, one question. Adigu maxaad qaban kartaa is out of your reach, bro.
is there a
Understand this.
better hands than that? Yeah, you think
Yeah,
your
but how
hands
is it
are
out of
better
my
than Eli's
reach?
hands? No, Eli Kabs,
So
you think
Waxaan cudur
your
miya?
hands are
I
better
don't
than Eli's
understand what you
hands?
guys are saying.
Your hands are better than Eli's hands.
Mysterio.
That's what you're trying to tell me.
Ah,
I say that again. Walaal maxaa tiri?
Cypher,
guurka ma
you're
cudur ah?
telling me
No, Mysterio. Go on. Say that again. Maxaa tiri guurka hee?
Waxaan dhahay guurka ma cudur ah? Well, you're saying
cudur maaha.
mataqaanaa, leave it up to Allah waxaas, you know.
The walaal walayahe walaal kaanay horta niyo. Waa nin muslim ahayn. Armaantina maxaan aragnay niyo. War ma nin muslim ahayn. Maxaad ka wataan walaal?
Wait, the Muslim
What
brother. Of course I'm Muslim brother, but I'm saying that
Cypher, عفمان ما تشري هورتر إنه عفمان.
obviously things like udhuri, cancer.
Are you
leave that up to
mental? Are you
Allah,
mental? Are you
because I can't
mental?
control that.
You have a mental issue.
Mariga,
Take a tablet for your mental head.
Mariga.
هذا.
Maybe Mysterio.
Mental issue. Start. Come on, brother.
Mysterio, you know I think walaal yeah.
Asking a question. The way you're asking us questions, like it's like.
Really confusing. I'm telling you, I think like a sickness or udhur, you can't control that. I leave that up to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you know.
No, but even
alright,
sickness, you can take
Ta'ala,
medication.
but you can't leave your marriage with Allah. That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think I should leave it up to Allah, the marriage.
So what's your plan? Are you married, Horta? Are you married?
Maya, I'm planning on.
Okay, so what's your plan like going forward? What is your plan? Like how would you assess the situation? I'm just curious.
I would do my due diligence. I'll do my due diligence, and as I said, I'm gonna prepare for every single scenario.
All right, cool. One question, yeah. Well, if it doesn't work, no. If it does not work, I can take it some yes or no. You tried every angle, everything in the world. I can take it yes or no.
It depends. Well, if we have children, it would be very difficult.
How about that one, mate?
You have to go.
Hey, so take a dash at there. I need to know why, so we can fix it.
Okay, reason go on. She gave me a valid reason.
If we can fix the reason,
you cannot fix it, brother. You cannot fix it.
But what is it that you're preparing for, Walala? I just want to understand because I don't understand it.
The word.
F is anxiety.
I'm saying nowadays, you know, like Somali divorce rate is high. They don't see eye to eye. The two partners, children, the mess that affects the children.
Do you think we think that the divorce rate is high because the people that are married are not out there like that, talking about their marriage and putting? Because obviously, if all you see on social media is bad, and you just see people getting divorced, that's your perception of the world. Because there's a lot of people
I'm not saying social media. I'm saying from my own observation from people I know.
There's a lot of people that are married as well. There's a lot of people that are married.
But I'm saying compared to the old generation.
So instead of looking at the negative, why don't you look at the positive and look at people that have been married? For instance, me, I've been married for 12 years. I got married very young. I've been married for 12 years. Alhamdulillah. But why don't you look at that? Why don't you ask someone like that? What have you guys been through? You guys have been married for a long time. How do I deal with situations like this? Rather than looking at somebody that did it wrong and saying, yo, you know what, their marriage went wroung, so therefore I have to have all these borders around me.
You're absolutely right, Esther, because as a society these days we concentrate on the bad rather than the good.
Yeah, why don't you look at the
bad more? I don't get you. Why don't you, like F.A. said?
Because you learn from people's mistakes. I can't learn from people's success.
What the heck? You can't be following people's steps, bro. You can't be a follower. You can't be following steps, my brother, man. You have to experience it yourself.
Also,
how do you know his mistake is your mistake? How do you know his mistake is your mistake?
Exactly.
It's
and
not
also
my mistake,
every marriage every marriage is different. Every marriage is different. There's no marriage that is the same. They all have
similarities.
But they have similarities, exactly. Your marriage is not going to be the same as the other marriage.
The success marriage. They only have one formula. They only have one formula. All the bad ones, all the divorces, all the everything, yeah, they happen different ways. But those who are successful, they only have one formula, bro.
I'm sure the people on this panel are married. Yeah, brother, you're married, right?
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
How long
I'm
have you been
married.
married for?
For going 14 years now.
Look at that.
I'm married 5 years
Ahmed, are
now.
you married
5 years.
5 years? Waka. Anugu have been married 12 years. So
What
instead of
about
saying,
maxaa tiri naag ah
naag cad baan ku yidhi walaalayaal waa muslimad laakiin
naag
different
cadaan
culture naag cadaan walaal but you know how headache it is walaal laakiin at the end of the day if you can fix the problem if you can talk you carry on laakiin there's a limit haddee laakiin walaal kala taga walaal I believe in Allah bro waa ka soconaya saado gani ma ihidi kale may we have to find a route sometimes if you can't find a route you can't find a route bro you have to accept how things are that's it. It's out of your hands.
No, he likes to. He can bring a rotten fruit back to normal. You know.
No, you can't.
He can
Come
bring
on,
a
man,
rotten
you
fruit
can't
back to
compare
normal.
rotten food. Come on, it's not
The
the
wala,
same.
this is not superhero movie. The wala, this is real reality. Wala, this is real life.
This is the reality, though. Wallahi, when the marriage is gone bad, bro, and terrible, Melhun Mario, the best thing a man and a woman can do together is to reach a compromise.
Yeah, but
and
isn't
leave
that
each other.
the easiest, simplest solution?
No, it's
Wala,
not. It's the hardest solution. Wallahi,
Because
that is
obviously
the
the
hardest
hard
solution.
thing,
But
the hard
that is
thing
the
is to work
cleanest.
it out.
That is the cleanest. Because none of you are willing to compromise. You tried the counseling, you did everything, yet you having the arguments. Yet both of you are miserable. Yet the kids are seeing this. So what you're trying to say to me, what the hell are you saving, man? Tell me.
Wallahi, good point. Good valid point.
Tell me, why are you sticking with her? Because both of you are not happy, the kids are not happy, the house looks miserable. You don't look forward to it. You take the longest route possible. So you get there, because you're not looking forward to it. She do the same thing to you. So you tell me, what the hell are you
Okay,
trying to
okay. Hypothetically, let's say the wife was a stay-at-home mother and I was in charge of everything. At that kind of time, wouldn't that be a financial burden on me now?
That's not your business.
That's not. Of course, that's my business.
Why
No,
does it become, no, can I just interrupt you?
Really?
Can I interrupt, yeah? Why
Yes,
does
of
that
course you will.
become the minute you leave, yeah? The minute you look what you said. You said she was a stay-at-home wife. So that
Yeah.
means you were taking care of everything anyway, and you were taking care of her anyway. Why does it
Yes.
become a burden?
Because now I'm living alone and she's living separate, so I have to take care of both incomes. That's crazy.
But it's only logic for her to go work. She's gonna obviously go work.
Yeah, but I
She's
can
not
do it.
gonna rely
But
on
come
you.
on, wouldn't it be
But
better?
she might rely on you to help out with the
That's
kids.
nothing to do with you anymore.
Really, it has nothing to do with me.
Yeah,
Even
because
though-
it does.
It does.
Of course it does. Before the marriage, I told her to become a stay-at-home mother. So how
You told her,
Well,
but
that's
she wasn't.
selfish
Before
behavior.
the marriage, what was she? Before the marriage,
Yeah,
what
I
was
agree.
she?
Isn't that
What was
selfish
she
behavior?
before the marriage?
I'm
What was
Mysterio.
she?
You're right. You're right in a way. Well, وعيالكاagii so of course financially whether inaad isla joogtid haddaad kala tagtid
War
weli
weligay
waana lacag
Allah
siisid walaalo
lacagtoo
lacag waana usoo
bixinaysa.
dirtid ha of course waana lacag
Lacagtoo
bixisida
bixinaysa.
walaalo
Haddee child agency
ila
haddaad
wadnigaagii
soo doontaan ama adiga voluntary u bixisid. Wallahi, you always gonna have to pay the money.
there's
Child
a new law
support
now you know that
forever.
there's a new law now where you have to buy a law imaka new law ka soo baxay waa qasab waa inaad bixisid any father hadda naagta kala tagaan ciyaaleeda
cunug hadduu magacaaga wato, wallahi you're paying.
Yeah, I'm
Custom,
paying,
whatever.
but it would be better if we were together and when I was paying.
Yeah, but you can't be together because you're toxic for each other.
But at the beginning of the relationship,
aduu
was
ma
it-
caruurtaad waxaad jeceshahay un markay naagta kula joogto. Is that what it is?
no.
That cuts off. As soon as the woman is not there, it's like, nah, I'm not on it anymore. I can't be on.
The kids, I don't have no kids because the woman hates me. Yeah, that's how you
No,
going
the
on
reason
now.
I'm saying this because think about it. Before the marriage, naagti the outrage, she's stay-at-home mother. Obviously, I'm paying for everything. At that kind of time, what is she gonna do?
adi maxaa kaa galay
It's my responsibility that I told her to become a stay-at-home mother. It was me that did it.
tanimake okay, how about this?
Say-
I'm Mysterio. 1 minute, walaal. Ninka laba ka alaalinaya. How about that, mate?
What about Nicola Dula?
Another-
Where's she jogging?
هو المانيا قصب
Nina Dula
المانيا
jogging محل سميناه.
مانيا
أدوني
there's billions ولا لا.
They're not to
We're-
حسب صدق عروض.
المانيا عادي بحي هانشت before you made her
صدق
stay
عروض
home
أقرب حاجة الوارك.
yeah
Come on.
ما بتستكبر هذا كان لندن
ما مقلين كعلي ولا لا ما مقلين وشو لها محاتي
واحد داي ناك صدق عروض له. نين محوكو فلايا.
oh my god
والله خربت.
Oh wow. Wow.
ما روتي واي.
Wow.
Come on, let's not lie
I'm
to
gonna
each
mute
other.
myself before I kick off.
No, I'm being
No,
honest.
talk. FA.
FA,
هذا.
no, that's heartless. You can't say things like that, bro. You're just asking for war now. Wallah, you're asking for beef.
Yeah, that's bang out of order. والله you can't say that والله. والرجل أديكنا اللي أدو عيال بايستان نكتب حاجة خربت هذه.
No, but I'm saying it's my response. That's why I shouldn't leave because I'm putting her at a disadvantage.
الله والله واحد with the Western mentality.
It's not Western, bro. I made this. I did this. Okay, it was my responsibility. I can't just
but you
leave
can't
and walk
force
away.
For each other,
you can't force it.
You're bad for each other.
But
You want her
were
to
we
kill you
bad?
while you're
There is
asleep?
at
Or
the
do you want to
beginning,
kill her while she's asleep? What do you want to do?
brother, at the beginning, were we bad for each other at the beginning?
Oh my god.
France like this as well والله وأنا معك أسيا. France waxa weeye we die for each other waa wara dagaaltameyna. Laakiin sometimes things don't go. Sometimes things go wrong, you know. Asxaabtu isku dhacaa way kala tagaa. Same as well in marriage oo kale.
Oh.
Nah, bro. I'm just saying, like, if we're married for like 5 years, we have 2 kids, and she's a stay-at-home mom for like 4 of the 5
Kuma
years.
qasbi kartid. Wariyaa wala xidhaya
I
wallahi.
can't just walk away, bro. I can't walk away.
Ingiriiska is trolling us.
ما
He's not
يجريش
listening. Wallah,
It's trolling. It's trolling.
I'm not trolling, guys. I'm being dead serious.
What are you saying? You're saying because you asked her to be, to stay at home with the kids. It's but that's a choice she made as well. You do understand that, right?
Yeah, but I told her to do it because I was.
No, but it's a collective choice that you've made because if she doesn't want to do that, she wouldn't do it. And I think that's where you're getting.
Is it really collective though?
It is because if you and your wife have a discussion, yeah, and you come to a conclusion together that she's going to stay at home, obviously to look after the kids. That's something she chose. Best believe, as a mother, that's what she chose to do as a mother. Before she even done it for you, as a mom, that's what she did for her kids. Yeah, but
because I guarantee that I'll be looking after the stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. That you guarantee that. But I'm just saying she did that for her kids. Regardless, she did that for her kids. Because عرورتها كلها يعميا عرورتها كورسطها. So now what kala tagtan, yeah? You're saying one kala tagnay, that is now a financial burden on me. But is it really a financial burden on you when you were looking after her to begin with anyway?
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't.
Why can't you just look after her while she gets herself on her? إذا قف disabled معها not disabled معها وقف عادية.
Let's say it goes on for like 2 years or a year and a half.
What do you mean? All your life you're paying that child support. What are you talking about, bro?
Not just child support, bro. I'm gonna have to pay for her.
No, he's talking about looking after
accommodation
her.
and everything.
Looking after her, and you don't even you don't even have to look after her.
Wallahi naagaha they don't want nothing from you except the child support.
I don't think naagani kuwanta anigana you need to look after me.
Wallahi nanu kudahin. Dig belayin, bro. They tell you fuck off, give me my child support and kick out, bro.
Brother,
but even if you did it from the good of your heart, yeah, you decided, I was once with this person, I'm gonna look after her now till she gets herself on her feet. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what I know. You're looking after there's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying to you is, obviously, that person can't take the piss when you are looking after them for years. That's not your responsibility to look after her. That's not your responsibility. Oh, responsibility.
That's
it.
Still my responsibility.
To look after her, no. If you got divorced to her,
really, even though I put her in that situation.
No, that's not your responsibility anymore. She needs to get herself. That's all you have to do. You don't have to look after
That's
her.
the Western mindset, though. Aruta, like, pay your thing and that's it. I'm
It's
old
not
school
even a
with the kind of
Western
person.
mindset walaalo. Islamically caruurtaada waa lagu weydiinayaa maalinta dhimatid waxaa lagu oranayaa caruurtaada maxaad u qabatay maxaad bartay what have you done for them. That's your children. That is your flesh and blood. How can you just
No
leave
matter
them
how
for
much,
dead?
how hard you try, wallahi, I'm telling you, this guy will find a narrative to go against you in every point you prove to him. Everything you say to him, wallahi, he's
Bro,
finding
are
a
you talking
narrative.
about me?
Become a negative. You're being very negative, bro. You're not
I'm
even
not good,
taking in the
brother.
information.
I do come
You're not
about
even
it.
taking the
The world is a
information
cruel
being
place,
given
bro.
to you.
The world is a
No,
harsh
man.
place.
That's why they call you cipher, mysterious cipher. This is a negative cipher, bro. That's not
No,
mysterious
bro.
about you.
Wallahi,
Yeah, bro.
the world is
You're
harsh,
trolling,
bro. I
bro.
do dadka waa lagu xoogaa, wallahi. You know? I'm sorry, bro.
What
You
the
have to,
hell is going on? What are you talking about now?
I'm saying the world is chaos, okay? Like things
It's not
happen
chaos.
and
Your
then you can't
world is
control
chaos.
sometimes. But you have
Wallah,
to
your
prepare for
world
the
is
chaos.
chaos.
But
Your
you
world
should
is
prepare for
chaos.
that chaos, you know? Have a mindset where,
Your
okay.
chaos. Prepare for your chaos because my world is not chaos.
Nah, but having this positive mindset is an illusion, okay? Like thinking positive all
Well,
the time.
having a negative mindset, it's not good for me either. Being
I don't
prepared
know,
for the
bro.
worst.
Maybe
Being prepared for the
maybe
worst
we're
makes
just
me an
different
ugly
people,
person.
okay? We're just
Being
different
prepared for the
people.
worst makes me an ugly person.
Would you say that again?
Being prepared for the worst makes me an ugly person.
By the way, people in the comments they're saying that I'm scared. I'm not scared. I'm not scared at all.
You're shook. You're a chicken, bro. You're scared
Wallahi,
like
wallahi,
you're
I'm not
shook.
shook at all, man.
You're shook. It's like your first fight ever. Like you know how you shake for the first time you fight ever. You know how you shaking all the time like that, bro. You're shook, nigga, bro.
Nah, wallahi, I'm not shook, bro. The only thing that worries me
Then take
is
the risk in it. Take the risk. Be a man and take the risk and live with it.
what do you mean? I am trying to take take the risk and the
No, you're
responsibility.
not. By judging the way you're asking us questions, the way you were talking to us, bro, there's nowhere near you were able to think that way. You weren't.
Okay.
You're coming very negative.
Tell me why
You're
I'm
very
shook.
negative.
I want to know why I'm shook. Tell me why I'm shook.
You're shook because you're finding an excuse for everything we tell you. Every question we answer, you're finding an excuse, another excuse, another excuse, another
Is it an
excuse.
excuse or is it a reasonable thing that I said?
No, it's not reasonable. It's an excuse. It's
So
an
you're telling
excuse.
me
This is what
everything that
a
I've said is
person
just
does.
excuse, a silly excuse. Are you kidding me?
This is what a shook man does. This is what
Nah,
shook person
bro.
does, bro. Yeah, well,
I
this
wouldn't
is what
call
shook
that.
man.
A person that's
Come on,
very
man.
cautious does what I do.
Cautious. Cautious is being scared, bro. Sometimes
It's
being
not being
too
scared,
cautious.
bro. It's being having awareness.
Cautious. You need to be cautious when you're crossing the road. You look both sides of the road.
Yeah,
Yet
so that I don't
you
get hit.
take the risk. Yet
That's
you
not being
take the
scared.
risk. No, yet you take the risk. Yes or no? Don't you go and cross
I
the
take
road?
the risk, but I have my eyes open.
No, do you cross the road? Yes or no? When you look at both sides of the road, do you cross the road? Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
So take the bloody risk in the marriage. Same thing. Look both sides, left or right. Go for it. Just the same way you would cross a road.
Okay. I want to ask
Stop
you,
asking
brother,
too much
not to be intrusive into your life. I think have you been married once or twice?
Once, Wallah.
Just once your whole life, yeah? You haven't married another woman?
No, I've never even had a desire for another woman since I got married. I'll be honest.
And you're telling me that have you had bumps in your marriage?
You have ups and downs, but no bumps. I never had a bumps. I don't know what you're talking about, bumps. You have ups and downs in a marriage. Yes.
No, bumps
It's
as in
nothing.
like you've almost like separated. Has that ever happened to you?
No. We've never been apart like more than a night, me and my wife, unless I'm working a night shift.
And so Somali why I'm guessing, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Yeah, you're good, bro. You're what the nasib kaga waay mogtahay.
Yeah, I'm the sheep cake way, and I also walked that way, bro. I did what I had to do.
You took
I
all
wasn't scared about
the
it. I didn't ask questions. I went through with it.
Yeah, but you took all the necessary risks, correct? All the
You have
steps, you look after them.
always. You're the first one. I'm the last one, bro. You're the first one when everything's dark, and you're the last one when everything's light.
Marka,
That is
what's wrong with what I'm saying then?
what you're saying is you cannot be prepared for everything, bro. There's no way you can be prepared for everything.
I never said be prepared for everything. I said be prepared for almost everything. You can't, obviously, it's impossible.
It's impossible. There's no such thing as almost everything because we don't know what everything is. And how do
Yeah,
I
but
know?
almost means like 90% of everything, you know?
Yeah, but how do you know what's 90% of something you don't even know? What is 90% of 100% that you don't know?
90%
Can
of
I ask you a question?
100%.
Have you ever been close to getting married?
I mean, clearly, yeah, you can say that, yeah.
And did you take counseling and pre-counseling and stuff like that?
No, I didn't because I thought it was useless until I actually started. I was watching a video of someone talking about it, and it changed my mindset.
Okay.
Initially, I thought it was just an idiocy thing to do.
But what good do you think that would bring into you? So you're saying, like, when you say pre-marital counseling, what is it that you want to know, or what is it that you're preparing for? That's what I want to find out. Is it like financially? What is it?
Now, preparing,
Emotionally?
it gives that person a sense of maturity in understanding what is expected. A lot of the time, people, especially, I'm sorry about like Muslim couples, a lot of them, marriage is like their first relationship, serious relationship they have. Obviously, أنا كداد مسلمين أنا we don't have
Yeah.
girlfriends, you know. So it's not the Adam people. They already have like long-term boyfriend relationships. So they kind of understand it. Whereas us Somali Muslims, we don't really understand it, what it takes to be in a marriage or what's expected, the
But
necessary
do you not
requirements.
think our Deen already tells us that by learning what is
Yeah, but the
expected
deen,
of
come
you?
on, the deen is very vanilla, the way people interpret it nowadays. How many people are actually proper, have
Yeah,
proper
that's
understanding of the
exactly
deen?
what I'm saying. This guy is not real. Wallah, he cannot be real.
Nah, I'm being real.
What do you mean deen is very? Well, you don't believe in the religion
No,
at
I'm
all?
saying the way people teach the deen nowadays, they don't really teach it properly.
But there's
Oh, okay. So
courses. There's like
It's very
marriage
vanilla the
courses
way they
that you
teach it.
can. There's marriage courses that you can take where you know what's expected of
I
you as
guarantee
a
if you did a
man.
poll of like people that got married and you asked them deen questions, they would not know it. You know?
Mm.
Yeah, I don't understand why people think I'm trolling. Well, I'm not trolling around. I'm being dead serious.
But do you not think would you be open to learning it the Islamic way, like what is expected of you? Because I
Of
think
course,
that is
I know
very,
the
very
Islamic way.
important.
I know, of course, I know it.
Okay, and then so what? I just don't understand why you would need a counselor to tell you what's expected of you. I don't get it. But each for their own. Not that I'm saying you shouldn't. Like if that's something that you think will work for you, 100% go for it.
Okay, you want me to be honest? It's because if I was back home, I would not do a counseling or none of that crap. But because in the West nowadays, it's different. The mindset, the mentality, it's not the same.
Okay. No, 100%. If that's something that works that you think would work for you, go for it. But I don't think there's nothing that can prepare certain things you can just not be prepared for. You can have an idea and you can plan, but certain things you can just not prepare for. That's just what I think.
Yeah. I can't believe we're talking about this. We're talking about the rape and all that, and now we're talking about this.
There's a new panelist.
It's Ahmed. I think it was the old guy that left. Ahmed, are you there, bro?
Yeah.
Are you
You're still
listening to
trolling,
what I
yeah?
was saying?
ما كان صوت أنا.
Adigu baqdinta
They can
iska
hear me.
daayo iska guursa nin ragga iska guursa baqdinta iska daa lama baqdo Tawakkal
Yeah,
la
but
wala
who said one
That's
baqaya?
it.
Who told you that?
Why
It sounds
anxiety?
like one.
Why anxiety?
Bro, listen, yeah. I've been listening for a while, and it sounds like you're too scared of like you're imagining the worst case scenarios, and you're just afraid of the worst case scenarios. So you don't want to commit to anything because you're afraid of the worst case scenarios.
But have you guys heard me say that marriage is a waste of time, or have you heard me say that kind of stuff?
No, you're just imagining
Then
the
what the
worst.
hell?
You're
Why
saying, I'll need
do
to
you think
prepare.
I think
Marriage is not a war. You're not preparing for like an army. I need to prepare tanks, aircraft. I need to think of all of this. That's not what marriage is. Do you know what I mean? That's not what it is in the first place. So I don't know. Like, so it just sound. That's why people are saying you sound scared.
This is
It's like you're
exactly what I
saying,
was trying to tell him. This is what I was trying to tell him. Say, I told him, yeah, listen, stop coming up with a question after question after question. Yeah, just take the risk.
and it's
the
not even
risk.
a risk. It's a journey, bro. It's not even a risk. It's a journey.
Now you see that erego just take the risk. Come on, brother. Has just take the
It's
risk.
not a risk, yeah.
What exactly is it that you want to prepare for? Let us know. Give us some examples.
Brother, haven't you heard what I've been saying?
Allah
You haven't said anything.
Now you guys are laughing around and what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
because you made it joke. Well, you made it.
You guys now are just joking around now.
Where are you from, brother? Where are you from?
You want to laugh and clown and stuff. Okay. حاولك حاجة سكتوتشنا.
Where are you from?
No,
just want to laugh.
They're just trying to understand. That's all.
So they're
Bro,
trying
he's
to.
just trying to lighten the mood, man. He's just trying to lighten the mood.
He's trying to say, what am I expecting? And then all these idiotic questions, you know?
No,
you think they're idiotic questions.
Do you know
Now
what?
ask him a serious question, though. Ask him a serious question.
All
Where
right,
are you
a
from,
serious
bro?
question.
Go ahead.
Where you from, bro?
I told you, Australia.
Australia. Okay,
Yeah.
brother. You should maybe have a conversation with some like older family members that are married. You know, maybe put your concerns to them, see what they think. Because obviously, you said you've never been married, so you wouldn't know. You don't know what you're talking about, in the sense of you've never been in a marriage. So maybe it's best to talk to people that you trust and people that you know, older family, relatives, and things like this, and have a conversation with them.
Yeah, I've already done that.
Have
And
you
what did they
spoken
say?
to your
Prepare
local
for the worst.
community?
Yeah, but most of them are married to. They're not married to a woman that grew up in the West, so it's different. It's not the same.
So who said you have to marry women who grew up in the West? Well, you could do the same thing. If you think they did it right, why don't you do what they did and go back to wherever they got it from?
Yeah, I've been contemplating that as well.
Well, you didn't tell us that. You've been negative with us all day.
I've been thinking about that the last year or so, pre-corona.
You know what?
I've been thinking
You know
about
what I want to know? What is it that you're expecting of your wife that you think would go horribly wrong?
I'm not expecting anything. I'm just expecting a little bit of patience and understanding. That's all I'm expecting. Like previously,
He thinks they're wearing suicide bombs.
said, if you can't understand someone, you have to just walk away. And I don't like that mindset.
You have to.
Sometimes if you can't understand each other, it's over. There's nothing there.
No, if it doesn't work, if
no
you're
options.
toxic for each other.
Well, there's
If
no
it's divorce,
you have to.
halal ma divorce. Well, it's permitted. It's permitted, divorce. Although everybody's going to be unhappy about it, but it has to happen if it has to happen.
It's a last resort. You try everything first, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, akhi. So you move on.
Just move on, yeah.
Yeah, you move on.
طب حصل
Your
أنسى والله.
responsibility.
وريها.
What do you want to do? Is she a concubine or something?
Wait,
ملوك أسنية صليو. وريها.
let me ask you a question. Are you expecting your partner to be someone patient, someone this, someone that, like before you enter the marriage, you already you can kind of tell. Like, but you can never know what's gonna happen after the marriage, after like the wedding, after that's when you really get to know each other. And then later on down the years, people change. Like you mature, you grow older, you develop new hobbies, new interests, and sometimes you might go separate ways. You might need to get a divorce.
Yeah, you might need to get a divorce, but it has to be it has to be unworkable. That person has to be diagnosed as mentally ill or something,
No, it doesn't have to be unworkable. It could be one guy wants to go live in America, and the wife wants to stay in Saudi Arabia or in a Muslim country, and the husband wants to go live in America. It could be that. Like they're
Yeah,
perfect.
but that's childish stuff, man. You don't get divorced because of that. That's childish.
No, yeah, fuck you. What do you mean? People do get
How do
divorced
you
because
know?
of that.
How do you know? How do you know? You've never been in that situation.
Yeah, but
People
I'm
do get
just thinking
divorced
it
because
from
of
a
that.
rational perspective. That's childish.
No, but no. Only speak for yourself. Don't speak for other people. Speak for
So you're
yourself.
telling me you would possibly get divorced if you want to go to America and the wife wants to stay in Saudi? Come on, bro. Come on.
Yeah, it might. It's her choice.
You're not serious, man.
Those are life choices, though. Those are life choices. Someone can
What
say,
if your wife doesn't want you to be away from
I want
her?
to live in a Muslim country. Someone can say, I want to live in a Muslim country where I hear the adhan every day. And the other person can say, that might not really mind it. Say, oh no, I want to work in like a well-developed country, like America, like Europe. Do you get what I mean? Those disagreements happen within the Muslim community. Some people don't want to live in the Christian countries. Some people want to live in a Muslim country where they hear the adhan.
So then they would get divorced and
Yeah,
break up the marriage because of that.
if you can't, if no one's making a concession, if no one's trying to like it can only go one way. Do you know what I mean? Either you go live in America or you go and live in a Muslim
This is
country.
one of the main reasons why I'm telling you, like.
But I'm just giving you an example.
They need to do counseling before they
No,
get
no,
married.
I'm just giving you an
That
example.
Stupid
I'm just
things
giving
like
you an
that.
example.
I get pissed off about that.
One of the small reasons it might not be a big reason, but it's small reasons like that can cause
That
divorce.
should never be a reason, bro. Your wife is not a girlfriend.
Come on, man. We're humans, bro.
Your wife is not a girlfriend. This idea
Divorce
of saying
probably
I want to
happened
live
over
somewhere
smaller
else.
reasons than that. Divorce probably happened over way smaller reasons than that.
Yeah, but then those people need counseling and they need to understand what a marriage is before they even get into that situation.
People get divorced over money. People get divorced over everything, bro.
Suk. You do know in an Islamic marriage you do have counseling.
Yeah, I know.
Go into the elders. Go into your her parents, your parents. You know this. This is a type of counseling.
Of course.
So what do you want?
I never said I wouldn't do that. I think that's a great idea. I would definitely do that.
Yeah, and if you can't come to an agreement,
if you gotta come to an agreement, then that person, you shouldn't be marrying that person.
Bro, there's no perfect relationship in the world.
Yeah, good luck, bro.
There's no perfect relationship in the world. There's no perfect
I
marriage in the
can't
world.
believe
You'll
you
never
guys
find
are.
it.
I can't believe you guys are actually giving excuse for someone.
No. There's a concept that you're not understanding, bro. That quite a few people have tried to tell you. The concept is you can plan as much as you want, but sometimes life just happens, and there's things that you could never ever contemplate, and things like that will happen.
Wait.
Life happens sometimes, bro. That's it.
Mike Tyson said a famous quote where he said, "Everyone has a plan till they get punched in the face."
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how you
and
react.
Also, you know what, Al, can I ask you a question? You know how you said, so the brother gave you an example where the wife might want to live in Saudi and he wants to move to America, yeah? So for example, let's just say that's you, because you're so big on not getting divorced, it would be most likely that you're sacrificed. So you would sacrifice not moving to America, right?
Of course
because you don't want to get divorced. Okay, so imagine every time you guys come to a disagreement, you are sacrificing because you don't want to get divorced. But really and truly what that is doing is it's making you unhappy because you're doing things that you don't want to do for another human being. And then after a while, what is going to happen is you're going to resent that person. You're going to feel like, 10 years down the line, you might even feel like, you know what the hell am I doing here? This is not what I wanted for my life. So let's just say that happens. Are you telling me then, even though you feel like that, you're gonna still stay with that person because you don't want to get divorced.
So you're telling
human.
me
There's only so much a
sacrificing for
human
the
being
for the
can
No,
better
no,
of
no,
put.
your
no.
children.
Answer the question. Answer the question, bro. Don't skip the question.
Obviously everyone has a limit, you know, but at the same time, it depends on what that situation is.
But
And
what we're
that's
telling
exactly
you
what they're
is,
telling you.
She
That's
described
exactly
it,
what
limit,
your
bro.
brother
She
said.
Yeah,
described
but
it.
the thing
limit
you
is what
described
you.
about moving abroad, I mean, that's childish.
That was just an
To
example,
you,
but obviously people don't get
What do
divorced
you mean
off the
to me? To
basis.
any human being with a brain cell, that's
don't
childish.
speak for human beings, bro. Don't speak for me.
Bro, wallahi, if you actually think this is rational, you're mentally
Wait,
ill.
answer
I
her
swear.
question. Answer her question.
You're joking, bro. If you think that's a reason to get divorced.
This guy's
Answer
You're
a
trolling.
question,
joking.
Wallah.
Wallahi billah.
What question? I answered it.
FA question. Have you answered it? Okay.
Yeah, I did. I
What
said,
did you say? I didn't
No,
hear.
no,
obviously,
you didn't answer it. The question was, would you keep conceding, keep conceding, like whichever argument that you have, just because you don't want to get a divorce? Like, would you?
I told you it would depend on what I'm conceding to. If it's unreasonable, then I won't concede.
Yeah, then that means divorce happens. People, there's always then.
Yeah, it will happen, but I'm saying a reason like the thing you described, that's not even acceptable.
Okay, let me ask you a question. And I'm sorry to be like a little bit graphic to everyone else.
Ask
Yeah?
anything, bro. No one's a baby
Yeah.
yet.
No, okay. You and a woman get married.
Yeah.
You're married for a year. The woman
Right.
comes up to you, your wife comes up to you and she says, "You do not satisfy me. You do not
Right.
satisfy me. So it's
Right.
best we go out." What do you mean why? She's telling you you do not satisfy me.
No, I'm saying, okay, I was
I'm
going to
not
ask
happy
you,
when you
do
just
we
say
have
that.
children?
I'm talking bedroom wise, for example.
Okay, I get what
Oh,
you're
why
saying.
don't you use a different one?
No,
No, I'm
that's fine.
just an example, innit? This is nothing.
Yeah, go on.
This is something that you can't plan
But
for, right?
that's a valid point. It's a valid point. So yeah.
No, I would ask a
Yeah, it
question.
happens. Yeah, go on.
I would ask a question. Do we have children?
Okay, let's deal with each scenario. First scenario, you don't have children.
Then we're getting divorced then.
Okay, so why is that any different to when you have children?
Because it's different. You should have told me that before you got pregnant. That I wasn't satisfying.
She got pregnant.
Now that we're married, we have to deal with the situation.
What do you mean? So the rest of her life, she's unsatisfied by mystery.
You should have told me that before we had children. Come on.
No.
You
Let's
can't
just
tell
say
me
the
that
child
after you're
had no.
pregnant.
That is
Listen,
far.
first and foremost, إلهي ilmaha bihiyo, adimi bihisit. You're not the one that decides when you have children, bro. Ilahi is the one that decides that. Do you understand that point? Firstly, do you agree with that point? Before we move further, Ilahi ilmaha bihiyo. Do you agree with that point?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, she's saying that the reason why I couldn't tell you this before we had kids was because I was being patient and I was trying to work this out and I was trying to do something about this. I was trying to see if I could remain patient. But now, after 1 year, it's not possible. I'm pregnant. Ilaha ilmaha bihiyo. We didn't plan for this, but it's happened. You do not satisfy me, ya mysterious cipher. What are you going to do?
Well, then I would, I would have a hard time with I would probably be blaming myself for a long time for even picking that
Yeah,
woman.
no, it's 100% your fault. She said you do not satisfy me.
Yeah, then it's my mistake. I have to live with that. We're gonna have to probably get divorced.
There you go, bro.
No,
That's
but
what we're talking about.
even
What
then,
we're saying is,
even then, you saying that it's your fault, it's not. It's these things happen. These things happen. You might not satisfy her, but you might satisfy another girl. Do you know what I mean? You shouldn't even say it's no one's fault. You just happen to not be good together. You two are not supposed to be together. You don't match. That's all it is. It's mad.
do you not understand that point though that she's saying to you, Akhi, my brother? Do you understand that what FA just said? She's saying sometimes the two are not compatible, and there's no way of knowing until after you get married. Do you understand that point?
No one. What?
Do you understand the point that FA? What she's saying is sometimes two individuals are not compatible with each other, but you only find that out after you've gotten married. Do you understand? Do you understand that point?
After you get married, you find that out.
Yeah. You don't know what she's you get married to a woman, you don't know what she's like until you live with her. You don't know what she's like until you spend time with her, bro. When you go on a date with a woman, with inshallah, with the mahram and everyone involved, inshallah, she's gonna present her best self, and you're gonna present your best self. You don't truly know what each other are like.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all we're trying to explain to you, bro.
Yeah, but
Let
I
Dean
told
put
you,
the
I
light,
don't,
bro.
I don't accept the one about moving to the United States. I don't accept that one.
Bro, listen, yeah, it doesn't have to be that. It could be any other thing. That's just an example. I
It's
can
just an
use any
example,
other
bro.
example, but that actually happens. I've known cases. I know someone that happened to, like someone in my family, where
Okay, can I ask you a question? Isn't that person selfish?
no. Let me
That they
tell you
want to
something.
get
Let me explain
divorced
it to you.
because
Let
of
me
that?
explain it to you. Then the person I'm talking about, they're religious. They wanted to live in a religious country, where it's a Muslim country, and they didn't want to live in a Christian country where there's no adhan. There's like, you know what I mean? The mosque, it's not far. The mosque is not. It's not everywhere. It's not closed. Everything. And the other person wanted to go do his business, do his work. He wanted to be working. He wanted to be making money. He didn't see himself making money in where the other person wanted. So he's like, I want to go America and make money. That was the difference. They didn't agree. They separated.
The take-home message here, bro, is you can't plan for everything. Inshallah, you make your plan, try as hard as you can, but you also have to know that you have to take the jump. There are certain aspects in life.
There could have been other reasons as well, but that's the reason I've heard. Didn't it? There could have been other reasons that they might not got along. They might have that argument. I don't know about that, but that was one of the main reasons why those two separated. One of them was like, I don't want to live in a Christian country. He was very religious, and the other person was like, oh, I want to make money, basically, and they didn't like coincide, so they had to separate. But there could be the people separate over small reasons, like, oh, I don't like your sister, I don't like your mother. It could be over small reasons, bro. Like it could be a minor thing, or it could be a big major thing. Oh, like you cheated on me, or something like that. Or it could be a small thing where it's like, oh, I don't like your family, or I don't, you know what I mean? It could be something very, very small, or something very, very big.
I mean, all we can say is to each his own, brother. To each his own.
Yeah, bro. To each their own. Don't speak for humankind, bro. Speak for mysterious cipher.
Brother, guys, I'm just speaking from my perspective. I'm not forcing anyone. I'm not saying anything. I'm just speaking on my rationale, my beliefs.
Alhamdulillah.
If you want
It takes two people. Listen. Wait. It takes two people to make a marriage, isn't it? It takes two people to make a marriage, not you only. You're thinking of it as like you're the only person in the marriage. That's the way you're thinking of. It takes two people to make a marriage. If the other person does not want it to work, it will not work. You have to put your best effort into it. Do you know what I mean? To make it work. Whereas the way from what I'm getting from you is that you're putting yourself in both positions. You're thinking about you're thinking for the other person really. Whereas you should just be thinking for yourself, like, oh, I'll put my best foot forward. Hopefully the other person will put their best foot forward. Do you know what I mean? You hope for the other person to do as much as you do. Or you expect, you know what I mean? In a marriage, it's like, it's not guaranteed.
Well, yeah, that's your opinion.
Mysterious, just out of curiosity, how old are you, brother?
How old do you think I am? Just take a guess.
I don't know, man. I asked you the question, bro. Come on, man.
No, just take a guess, bro, because you're trying to, what do you call, I know what you're trying
early
to do.
20s,
You're trying to
early
link
20s.
how old I am to my mindset. Just tell me how old you think I am.
No, I just asked
I know
you a
what you're
question,
trying
bro.
to do, bro.
Oh, yeah, 21.
Okay, what about you, Bashir? How old do you think I am?
Mid-20s.
Yeah, see how the guy Shuaib said I'm 21 because he thinks I have a childish mentality. That's his. See,
No, don't jump to conclusions, bro.
Brother, jump to. I
It's
know
just
what
a question. The mysterious. I'm 29 years old. How old are you?
Yeah,
bro?
and I'm 1 year younger than you, bro.
28. Mashallah.
Yes.
You're a young brother.
Yeah, but I know why you asked me that question. You tried to like, what do you call it? You know, mentally like psych me. You're trying to say, oh, you're like an oyal, but you're this age, or I thought you were 20, you're young. I know what you're trying to do, bro. I'm not dumb.
What did you say? How old are you?
Your paranoia is on show.
Why is no paranoia, bro? I've done that as well,
bro. Relax, man. I just asked you how
I've
old
done
you
that.
were,
I've done that to
bro.
people, Bashir, bro. I know what you just did right there.
It's not that deep.
What did he say? How old are you?
He said he's 28.
Oh, okay. But yeah.
I said mid-20s, so I wasn't far off.
No, it could have been anything.
Shuaib guy said I was 21.
Yeah, because I was a bit confused at that age as well.
Yeah, inshallah, brother. We're trying to make excuses for you, man. That's what it is.
Brother, Shuaib, 21-year-olds don't think like this. They don't give a fuck about nothing.
21-year-olds is when they start paying attention, like about marriage and all the other things.
They don't pay attention at all, bro. Believe me, 21-year-olds don't care about nothing. For them, they don't want to learn about intricate details of marriage at 21.
But there you go again, mysterious, speaking for the whole of the world, bro.
Bro, listen to me. Listen, yeah, I went
They
to
don't,
Somali.
bro. Be honest. Like you line up. I'll give you this. Maybe like 30% of them would think about that, but you line up 10 men.
But who are you to speak for 20-30%? Who are you to give us that statistic?
Brother, it's called common sense.
Where do you get that? No, where did you
Wait,
get that?
let me say something. Yeah, when Hargeisa, I went to Hargeisa in 2018. Yeah, and
We're
people
talking
get
about.
married.
By the way, guys, Shuaib, I'm
People
talking
get
about
married at
people in the
17.
West. I'm talking about people in the West, Shuaib. By the way, I'm not
You
talking
live in
about
the
back home.
East. You're from Australia, bro. You live in the East.
It's a Western country, bro. That's what I'm focusing. I'm not talking about Somalia or Africa or these Asian countries.
Yeah,
I live in London. Why are you speaking for me?
Even in European
Bro,
countries,
Bashir,
or
don't be
westernized countries.
combative, bro. Do not be combative. I disagree.
I'm just saying, Akhi, you're speaking for everyone.
No, I'm not speaking for everyone. I'm using my common sense. I think I was so bothered.
No, but common sense is your
You're trying to
common
dictate the conversation. Please.
No, you said I'm using common sense.
Very dictatorial. You came in with like an authority earlier on.
No, because the other people, they weren't trapping you. That's why.
No, it's not about trapping. It's about because you think you're better than me. That's why you're trying to do
No,
this.
subhanallah, I never said that.
Nah, you come with that attitude. Well, bro.
What makes you think that I'm better than you?
That's the way you were speaking when you came in earlier on with that hostile attitude.
I allow this confrontational behavior, man.
You're asking me about my age.
You two are moving very confrontational. Stop that, man.
Bro, I see, Bashir, I know what you're doing, bro. I'm not an idiot.
Okay, go on, Suhaib, go on, bro.
Yeah, I lost what I was going to say, but I was just listening to you two, you know.
You said you were in Hargeisa.
Oh, yeah, when I was in Hargeisa, I was seeing like 17-year-olds getting married, bro. And when I went there, and people, obviously, I'm young as well, but people would be like, oh, how old are you? And then once they find out that, oh, I'm older than this guy, he's married. I'm like, yo. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit of a... Whereas in the UK, in London, it still happens, but it's 16, 17, it don't happen. Like, it happens at 21, from 21 to 20, 25, you know what I mean? That's when girls get married, but boys still get married under 30.
It depends on, I think someone said it earlier, it's a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, but it still happens under 30. Like most Somali men, they still get married under 30. Like, all of them, whenever they reach 28, 27, all their parents would be like, oh, Bob, you're a man, like you're old now, you know what I mean?
Mako fahmin, what are you trying to say, bro?
I'm saying basically in Hargeisa or also in Somalia, the marriage ages will be younger. It'll be like people get married younger.
Yeah.
Whereas in westernized countries like America, Australia, wherever it is, people still get married young, but it's under 30.
Ah,
still like
okay, right. I get you now.
But we
it's
were talking about this earlier, and I don't know who it was. One of the guys was saying that's due to people back home. They're forced to grow up earlier than we are, so they don't really have a childhood. You know how we just run around and have no worries and whatever. Someone back home, a child back home, might see the world completely different to how we see it. So we can't really compare ourselves to them because we don't have the same lifestyle.
and there's another thing that you need to like you need back home. There's not much to do, you know. there's not much to do. Once you turn 16, you've pretty much done everything in a city that you can do. Like play football, went to everywhere, like every place that you can go to. And then once you get older and older, people will be like, "What are you doing, bruv? Go get married." Especially to the girl, like when the girl's like 25, bruv, they're like, "What are you doing?" Like all the cat. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because there's not much to do. There's not like they're pursuing a career, they have a job, you know what I mean? Because like there's no jobs over there. You finish
Yeah.
education and you're doing either you're relying on your family or you're doing small businesses.
Yeah, that's what
And
we
so
were
like
saying. I think in over the years it will change though. That will definitely change.
so the only thing that people see as like is marriage. They're like, oh, that's what's left in your life.
To do,
There's no
yeah.
job opportunities. There's no like. It's not like if I was running a company, I wouldn't be thinking of marriage and all the other things. That would be do you know what I mean? Whereas here, there's no other thing to do. So people just like, why don't you just get married and have kids?
Yeah.
And
No.
that's the norm.
But Sohaib, that's just the reality of life, bro. It's like some
No,
people
in the
get
UK
there
it's
quicker than
different.
others.
In the UK it's different. Everyone's like, go to university, go get a job. Go to university, go get a job. Da, 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 da. You don't have the finances as well. Like in the UK, you have to work towards marriage. Like in the Western world, you have to work towards. You have to save up. You have to get a house. You have to get a car, and all that. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't go that far. I would like so a lot of people don't understand that you don't need much. You don't need much. You just need to be able to fulfill your rights. Do you get what I mean? But like if you go
from
down,
my
if
point
you
of
go
view, you need the basics: a car, a house.
even car, I mean,
Yeah, you need the car, bro. Come on, but are you going to be taking the
Hierarchy
car
of need.
in the rain? Are you going to be in the rain?
bro, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. If you and your girl take the bus, well, what's wrong with that?
And then be in the rain.
You're with her though. You're both in the rain.
It's just a struggle. Like car is convenient, bro. It's like it helps
Yeah,
with
but that's
everything.
what. Yeah, exactly. You hit the nail on the head. It's a convenience. It would be nice.
Yeah, but not everyone got a vehicle, my brother. Not everyone got a car, wallah.
Yeah, man. Well,
No, but you plan it, bro.
sometimes.
You plan it. You something you should get. Like, come on, it's not a hard thing. It doesn't have to
Yeah,
be
of course.
expensive
No.
car. You
I
could just get a
understand.
cheap car, bro.
I understand.
Yeah,
Like it's not something that is you have
we're
to.
just saying it's
It's
not a
not a must.
condition to marriage.
Yeah, it's not a
No, I'm saying
condition.
like
Wallah.
it's one of the, it's one. It's not. I'm not saying it's a compulsory thing, but I'm saying it's one of the things that's really helps you with your life, not just marriage, with your life in general, with your work, time management, everything, man.
Wasasita, you're right.
Yeah,
We're not
100%.
saying you're wrong.
You're not doing it just for your marriage. You're doing it for your family. You can go
For
get
you
to
in
your
general,
family's
yeah.
houses.
For you in general, I understand that. Like,
I see it as
not
the base.
always, bro. Not
I see
always,
it as
bro.
the base.
That's not the case.
In the West, what we like to do is we like to put a lot of obstructions in front of a marriage, and I think it's not needed. If you can look after her and you can look after yourself and you can pay your bills, you can pay your rent.
But the woman does that normally.
Inshallah,
Like
you
the
can
woman
go from
puts
there.
that's the woman what the woman does.
But
Woman
akhi,
does
as,
what?
as men,
That's what I'm saying.
as
It's what the
men, we
woman
need
does. Like a
to.
guy could,
That's what.
yeah. Because the girls have
that
standards. They have standards that you need to meet. And in order
Nah,
to
bro, that's what you think, fam. That's
in
what
order
you
to
think.
meet
Wallah,
those
listen.
standards, you have
What
to
is
work
more
to
beautiful,
meet those
yeah,
standards.
than
Because
What
those
standards,
people are
fam?
not at those standards currently. You know what I mean? You have to work. You have to get a job, full-time job, everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the basic needs. Of course, you have to have that. Wallah, it's basic. When الشقة هيستد قاعدة لكن is not 100%. You don't have to. Like each for the own in it.
Yeah, I'm comparing. Listen, no, but I want you guys to understand what I'm saying. I'm saying the reason people get married early in Somalia, yeah, It's because they're not doing all this. Oh yeah, that's planning. You know what I mean? It's just you reach 20. When you're 16, they view you as an adult. Everyone sees you as an adult, and then as you grow older, and you turn 22, 23, 24, they're like, "What? You've been out for 8 years?" Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, we get that. They
then
don't
like, what are you
understand.
doing?
We get.
What are you doing with your life? They're like, what are you doing with your life? But here,
listen.
Here,
So hey,
it's like
don't worry
you're
about what
working.
other people are saying, what other people think, bro. Your responsibility is trying to get yourself to a position where you can look after yourself, you can look after your wife, you can put a roof over your heads. That is you have to get the essentials.
Yeah. God is not important, bro. Vehicle.
I'm not arguing from my point of view. I'm saying that's just the difference between the Somalis over there and the Somalis in westernized world. In the Qurbaha, Somali the Qurbaha, and Somali because when I was over there, I was treated like I was like a big man, even though I was just I was like a teenager back in the day. Over there, I was like, you know what I mean? That was like the people respect everything was there in it. I was like, yo, it was different because and even when I went there when I was younger, I went there when I was 14, and I'm naturally tall in it. So even though I was 14, people thought I was like 18, 19.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've always noticed the difference between here and here because I went back and forth like 3-4 times.
In the West in general, I think as men, since I'm a man, we need to learn what our responsibility is, and we need to come correct, because like a lot of the issues that we've been speaking about today, wallahi, a lot of it comes down to just like not understanding our deen, not understanding what our responsibility is, not understanding what the rights of the wife is over us. And you know, a lot of times we just, you know, we're looking towards the wrong characters as role models and stuff like this. So yeah, man, we need to fix up and we need to come correct. You know what I mean?
It also depends. I think it depends what you want to build your marriage on. So if you're going to build your marriage on materialistic things, then once
like a vehicle,
that is gone, what have you got left? What is the base of your marriage? What are you building on? The base has to be strong. If you don't have a strong base, everything else will crumble down. You know, and I would say just build on deen and daqan. That's it.
Yeah, deen is important, bro.
Yeah.
Deen are very important. Well, guys, have one next year, man. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Good night.
I'm out as well, guys. See you later.